Abdul-Rahman, you in here early today. You're in early today. You got VC around early today. Speaking of, hold on one second. But yeah, though, VC round, that did come. I checked on that today. Abdul-Rahman said I'm 8 minutes late. You didn't listen yesterday. The time is always right. Divine understanding. You crazy guy. What happened to your other man? What's his name? Fred McDaniels? Not too sure about Mr. Fred McDaniels. We got the, I don't know, I guess this is people not too used to me coming on. People not used to me coming on at this time no more, I guess. They might just have to miss it today. I don't know how much longer we're gonna wait for them. Before we get down to business, we got the topic. Abdul-Rahman, he said earlier today, I guess he really means business about the topic he suggested yesterday. That one is, man, we might have to kind of pick a perspective, pick a particular aspect to analyze because there's so many factors to that. Edward Green is the deal. We just in here. We wait for a few more people to come in. We don't need that many. Jarrell Boylan from the old school. You haven't seen Jarrell Boylan for a minute. What you been up to? it's about that time to do another 120 check. Supreme God born. Yeah, but it's about that time where we might have to do another 120 check. Because I'm saying, hold on, let me see something. Let us see something really quick. SW. I just want to check one thing out. Okay, so this here. Okay, so we talking about since December of December of 2019, right? And we're coming up on December of 2023. So, at this point, especially when we're dealing with the people that have been around from the earliest days, I mean, it took Elijah Muhammad 3.5 years to quote 120 with third grade education. So by this time, mostly everybody who started out in the beginning should have 120. So I know we haven't had a new Mr. 120 in a minute. No one has announced that they acknowledge 120. You're not gonna listen long enough until you achieve any type of salvation. It doesn't work that way. But at any rate, on this day right here, did they receive more gold? My brother Ogman, this was one of his favorite I don't know what you would call it, phrases right here. A few dollars more. You know what I'm saying? And there was different contexts that he would use it in. You know what I'm saying? But to take it to the context that is being spoken of in a degree, it's something that you got to be aware of, right? Because that few dollars more often ends up being 366 degrees. And we know that 360 degrees is complete. So what can be beyond complete is separation. You know what I'm saying? So a few dollars more, you got to look at as, anytime you looking outside of yourself. Because remember, is the gold is what you value. Okay, you got the literal sense, right? You got the literal sense of this particular metal from the periodic table, right? That's symbolized by AU. Abdul Rahman says studying 140. That's good. Maybe that is why you've been stable for the last couple months. You see all of those things, but this is a good example right here. See all of those things, right, that you're placing value on other than studying your lessons. Other than studying yourself, man, which the lessons would just help you with. See, all of that is, you know, more than you thought you was capable of, more than what you saw inside yourself. And so, the rest, as they say, is history. But you got to look at all of the ways that one likes the devil because the devil gives them nothing. See, the nothing is a few dollars more. It seems convenient. It's something, a lot of times it is in the kind of uh, you know, this nothing may come in the form of something that seems like help, right? Where you're given a fish when you're hungry, but you're not allowed to fish for yourself. The knowledge may be concealed from you on how to fish for yourself. You see, for that few dollars more, right? For that piece of fish, this person keeps you eating out of their hands for eternity. So sometimes, you don't realize when you're being offered more gold. See, when, people come with all the stuff, look, you're gonna eat my diet, right? I've designed a specific diet. And when you eat that diet, then you'll be able to levitate. See, all that's more gold. Everybody that's telling you, look, we got the Holy Grail over here. We got the what do you call that thing? The Ark of the Covenant. And through that, something is going to happen that's greater than what you already been doing. Somehow we're going to surpass all the history of our God, and we're going to do some things that have never been revealed in all that history. Because remember, that's the ultimate moral goal for your labor, right? Is when you get to heaven. Because here's the thing, right? When you look at the knowledge degree, I'm talking about the 1 in 10, the 1 in 14, and the 1 in 40. What does it tell you? In fact, Abdul Rahman, that question is for you. Since you're studying the 1 in 40, when you look at the knowledge degree and the 1 in 10, the 1 in 14, and the 1 in 40, what are some of the things that you can draw up from that? Don't take too long, Abdul Rahman. We're waiting. I need the Jeopardy music right now. If anyone wants to help me, I can. But this question is for Abdul Rahman. Calling Abdul Rahman. Abdul Rahman. Okay, Abdul Rahman. I think we waited long enough for you. Is anybody else want to add on to that? Any other of the high scholars? Reality Allah said the knowledge degree shows and proves the original man's position in the universe. Indeed, specifically, we speaking about the planet Earth, right? This is I'm in agreement here. Jarrell Boylan said, in every single one of these degrees, we are given context, indeed. And what is, part of that context as to who, what, where, how, etc. 793rd. 793rd, I know you're probably back in the beginning anyway, so when you catch up to us, peace. 793rd goes back to the beginning and listens to everything in double time till it catches up. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? There. Well, maybe it's a little bit more hidden than I thought. But, you know, see, each one of those degrees tells you that, first of all, we are the best part of the planet Earth, right? We created the planet Earth. And also that we've settled on the best part of the planet Earth. And with green, each knowledge degree shows the original man's rightful position on the planet Earth. Divine understanding, it explains who you are, which you didn't allow to happen because of who you are in the history to be written in advance on the planet. So, you know, these last answers right here, right? Think about that. See, how could you know this stuff that's in these last couple answers right here from every green and divine understanding, right? And then be fooled. See, somehow you have to look outside of that. You have to look outside of who you are, right? What already was the history, and what is the history that you had the power to write in order to believe this stuff. But for a few dollars more than you was earning in your own country, that's it. Not a specific amount, but something outside of who you are and what you did and will not allow to happen. For a few dollars more. And see, everything that proceeds from that, everything that proceeds from that. See, because that's just, you know, let's take, we only take things from the foundation. See, that's how you betray yourself. You your own Judas. You see, for a few dollars more that produced Judas. See, not for freedom, justice, and equality, right? When we making a move, it's not for freedom, justice, and equality, right? But it's for a better position in the death, hell, and destruction. For a position where the devils wouldn't kill you as quick as they would the other original people. And a couple dollars. And the rest of the gated community, you with the program. You know what I'm saying? You got the I guess, we in this internet era, would you call it a meme? What do you call that? The house nigga and the field nigga. And a lot of that relationship is defined by a few dollars more. See, that's the dissatisfaction. See, when you get to, see, here's where you find yourself. Think about this, right? We started off in the 136, and now let's take it to the 140, right? What did Yakub promise his people? Anyone? See, how did you end up becoming one of the 59,999? Didn't didn't Yakub also make an inter-orientation? See, that's what the wisdom build degree says, right? But Yakub made a promise too. They're supposed to rule for 6,000 years, right? They're supposed to live in luxury at the expense of the 70% satisfied, right? So see, for a few dollars more, that's where you can find yourself as a part of a process that is devilish. See, all those is the things, like I was listening to a brother, and he was talking about different scammers that have been getting exposed on YouTube recently or whatever. And he was speaking about how there's always a kind of religious aspect to these scams. And he was pointing out that kind of pro-blackness has become the new religious aspect. Where, because, somebody is black or whatever now, kind of they can't be questioned. Because they're speaking about pro-blackness and, you know, whatever is the thing that they're collecting money for is supposed to be for black people, they're allowed to move in mysterious ways. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know where the money is, then you're just trying to tear down black people if you ask about it. You know what I'm saying? Which I agree with him on that. But as he was talking, and he started going through some of the different angles that people come at the pro-blackness with. You know what I'm saying? And as he was going down the list, he started, saying that, these people could be, uh, uh, you know, uh, Pan African, they could be NOI. And at down the list, he says they could be 5%. You know what I'm saying? I didn't even respond, but in my mind, I was thinking I never uh, saw a 5% charlatan on that level. Like I was, but you know, uh, like a national scammer. I don't know if you know what I'm saying, but see what it is that yeah, there's no check for being a 5%. So that's just it's just the way our culture exists is it would be kind of difficult for someone to really be a charlatan on that level that was a 5% because I mean from the minute you started collecting money you were already out of pocket over here. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't sell the lessons. You got people that do it, but uh, as a nation, we just don't sell. And there's nothing wrong with that, as a concept. But I'm just saying that that's what leaves the door open, or is one of the things that opens the door. Okay, Wise Prince, we're gonna we get into that next because we actually have from yesterday, Abdur Rahman made a suggestion that we speak about what do you call it, the decline of the black family. So when we get into that topic is probably a little more related to that. You know. But yeah, when he said that, that's what I was thinking. Like, yeah, nah, I can't think of, any of these people. And, I hate to single any of them out, but we've all heard the famous names of people that have collected, hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars or whatever. And bear no fruit. So that's pretty much where we was at right now. We was more speaking on how today's degree in 136 is not just about you know at least when they polish it up, yellow metal. Because even at the time you got to think, right? This is for like if you're on the Gold Coast, you've been seeing the Europeans, they never have gold. Whenever they come, just talking about, the history of the trade, right? Europeans had cloth. They didn't have gold. So, you know, one thing that's telling you is that the gold is what you value. See, so, our brother Dumont, he used to always say that, you got the GOLD and the GOAL.
What?
Yeah. Did we receive more gold? Yeah, because we got the knowledge of ourselves about what it is that you value. If you was thinking that you was going to go and make yourself materially rich from somebody else's labor, right? From doing, more gold for your labor, that means you're doing less and you're getting more. You're looking for that freebie. That's that larceny that allows the con man to be successful. That's in the Vic. So in anything in life, you got to be aware of what you value when you go into that site. Because that goal can turn out to be an illusion, and then you get nothing but a death, hell, and destruction. Sometimes you go into a situation, right? And you get in that situation and you allow that environment to change your values and change what you value and change what you see as the goal. These are things you got to be aware of because they continue daily. The stuff in the 136, the stuff in all of us. Yeah, that's a historic context what it's talking about. But the reason why those examples is used is because they apply in so many different situations. So this is how you still got to be aware. See, like even right now, right? Like we're on the internet. Yeah, there's a lot of convenience. There's a lot of, things we can do on here that's positive. But we've seen people come on here, right? And their values change. See, over here, we don't get, I'm not getting a million views for saying what I'm saying. Now I could change what I'm saying, right? And get on here and talk some shit about somebody who has some degree of popularity, right? I can claim to know all types of shit about crimes that haven't been solved. All types of things you could do for a few dollars more on this social media shit. You've seen people who, when they came on and they was one way, and then over time, yeah, they're a different person. They did like a Hannah Montana, transition for a few dollars more. That's what I'm saying. You can be caught up, right, in ways without realizing that when they say the interorientation was made, that the goal is not just AU. It's whatever you placing value on. Now, I don't know if this is a transition into what Abdul Rahman wants to talk about, but listen, you know, you know what? Now let's leave that alone. I don't wanna, we don't need to show my misogyny right now. Let's just let that run. But yeah, in terms of that topic right there, do we have any questions? In terms of people understanding, that it's not just the devil at work, but without the color man even existing, that idea that is something more out there. There's something more out there than it is right here. That idea that, we on the earth and then that's outer space out there. That it's not you and I verse, but it's you and I and the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost. It's, you know, listen, don't worry. Just work hard, and struggle and, suffer the strength. And in the afterlife, it's not going to be nothing but, whatever it is you ever wanted. You would never have another desire. All of that's the moral goal. All of that is a few dollars more, and all of a sudden you forget who you are, what you didn't allow to happen because of who you are, and the history to be written in advance on the planet. You forget all of that. Don't let it happen to you. So, Abdul Rahman, where are we here? Abdul Rahman, did you have a particular, you were talking about the we were in matter of fact, you never answered that question. I noticed. Talk about that first. To ask you about the knowledge degree, you disappeared for about 30 minutes. Then all of a sudden you come back and comment. You think I ain't noticed that. But yesterday you brought up a good topic uh, about, what did you say? The decline of the black family, the demise of the black family. What did how did you word that? Come on, Abdul Rahman. See, I put you here, center stage, and this is how you do. Does anyone remember from yesterday how Abdul Rahman worded that for us so we can proceed? So you said, what contributed to the decline in the Black family, and could we be fixed? Also, what is the solution for our family issues, i.e. marriages? Yeah. Whew. Okay, so when you say what contributed to the decline, I mean, that's, we can make a list, and I'm sure we would have to come back tomorrow, maybe tomorrow's for a couple of months before we felt we had a list that was even close to complete. Uh, can it be fixed? I mean, you got the realm of probability and you have the realm of possibility, right? First of all. Second of all, uh, you got the science of time. You know what I'm saying? Like they say, time heals all wounds, so it definitely can be fixed. It's a matter of, the time and the effort that it's going to take. You know what I'm saying? What is the solution? So we got, you said Black men and Black women seem to hate each other. I think it's because, see, men and women are under separate attacks. Black men and Black women in America, right, are under separate attacks. And so, first of all, it makes it seem like we got different issues to deal with. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I don't have time to deal with what you got to deal with because I'm dealing with what I got to deal with. You know what I'm saying? And it's also that creates a situation where it's like, all right, because you're busy dealing with a different attack. Now I'm like, yo, where are you? I'm being attacked over here and you're not helping me, right? But she's under a separate attack, and vice versa. So, I think that's the underlying thing. And then, of course, once you got this one division, right? You already know what division, right? We got the Black and the brown. And once you divide that, you got the man and the woman. And once you divide that, you know what you get. You know what I'm saying? But I think that is, in terms of the issue there and the solution to that, right, is to understand that aspect, that that's being done deliberately. You see what I'm saying? Where, you got the Air Force attacking over here and you got the Navy attacking over here, right? To throw the enemy off as to what is even going on, right? A guy education said drugs number one. Now, and this is one of the reasons why I said that's a very broad question in terms of what contributed to the decline. Absolutely, you got to put drugs up there at the top of the list. You know what I'm saying? Especially for my era, I think in a broader sense, drugs is a part of the 60s cultural revolutions, the 60s, what's the word for, that's, uh, kind of the growth of that, drug culture that was a rebellion against society. You had the sexual revolution, a couple of different things that changed in society in the 60s. It had, even if it may have uh, had a positive effect on the greater society, Black society, the Black community wasn't prepared for that. You know what I'm saying? And so I think a couple of those things that came from that era, namely, the drug revolution, there's a idea I heard one time presented, right, that drugs, the first people to really, en masse be taking drugs was the baby boomers. And in this particular idea, they broke the baby boomers into 3 different sections, right? And so they said that the people from, say, 1945 to about 1953, right? They experimented with drugs, and then, they dabbled with drugs. And then the people from 1953, to maybe 1958, they experimented with drugs. But the people that was born after that era, the experiment was over. And they had decided that drugs was good. Once you got to that tune in and tune out kind of culture, Black people couldn't afford to tune out. Maybe that was good elsewhere, right? But it didn't work in our community. What are you doing? Yeah, you gotta ask first though. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, take it. So next time you gotta ask. You have to talk. Yeah. Oh, thank you, yes. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, my baby. I was saying, that was crazy. Somebody came in just wanting the refrigerator. Where the hell, that's what I'm saying. People think this is our house, man. Where do people do that? You see a refrigerator, you just go in there. Bro, when I grew up, you couldn't go in the refrigerator in my own house. I was in the refrigerator in my own house. Never, you put something in there. What you looking for in there? What you looking in there for? Especially don't go in there and just be looking like you serving. Nah, bro. If you don't know what you went in there for, stay out the refrigerator. It just goes to show you why civilization and righteousness got to come before knowledge stuff. It threw me off from my topic, man. A-Guy Education said the community needs a rebirth of true and living men and women holding each other accountable for all of our actions. Yeah, that's another thing that happened is, in terms of, revolutions that kind of came from that era, the kind of focus on self and, less focus on the community. That's another part of that, tune in and tune out the hippies and we meditating on India and all of these types of things. And I'm not saying that the purpose of that is necessarily malicious, right? But when you're not looking at both aspects, right? The inside and the outside, then things can become unbalanced. You know what I'm saying? And so, the accountability to um, family and community uh, is greatly diminished. You know what I'm saying? Even in the terms of the American kind of context, where it was, God, family, and country. You understand what I'm saying? In terms of people's responsibility and accountability and their role in the universe and their life. You know what I'm saying? That is that kind of don't exist now. You know what I mean? And I think that's another one of the revolutions that, yeah, for, let's call a spade, for white women that worked out, for white women who their fathers were rich, their deceased husbands was rich, right? They was bound by the social structure, they couldn't get their own credit and their own bank accounts and everything. So for them to focus on themselves in that way, I guess that was beneficial. But uh, it's another thing that I think was bad, for this society within this society. You said so. Basically, the baby boomers were broken. Uh, the baby boomers were the first generation when propaganda was mastered. Not just the science of the propaganda, but the delivery mechanisms for the propaganda. You know what I'm saying? Meaning TV, the movies. You see what I'm saying? And over time, we've gotten, they've continued daily and improved. So now we got the internet and all of these different things. But you know, everything that was a part of the military operation of World War II was turned on the baby boomers. You know what I'm saying? Like all the chemicals and shit that they invented, they started using that shit in the civilian population on the baby boomers. All the processed foods that they had to design to make the food that they were sending to the soldiers, that became the processed food that the baby boomers first started eating. You know what I'm saying? Ronald McDonald was invented for them. And it just lasted this long period of time. So, everything, the kind of teen culture that we have, right? Where, like AGI education is saying in terms of accountability, the kind of teen culture where, the kids is portrayed as smarter than the parents and all of that, that's from the 60s, which is, this is the stages of growth and development of the baby boomers. Evergreen said the condition of our people during those times was too fragile to survive those things. We couldn't afford to party. Exactly. Especially when you look at, which this goes back into the greater question that our Duroc mind is asking, uh, you know, that was right at the time when progress was being made. You know what I'm saying? In terms of, whether you agree with it or disagree with it, the Civil Rights Act, uh, the education, equality, you know what I'm saying? And the Brown versus Board of Education, the guy, what was that? Mississippi, University of Mississippi, so for all that opportunity, right, to open up, right, the drugs stop people from preparing themselves for the opportunity. You know what I'm saying? And so, just when you're not prepared to do that, you're not prepared to do your duty, then it just breaks down the elements of survival, you know what I'm saying, what it takes the family to survive. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, the family, yeah, that's the love, peace, and happiness, but you need the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, freedom, justice, equality, food, clothing, and shelter for the family to arrive at that love, peace, and happiness. If you ain't got all them elements, you see what I'm saying? This K Math said, I gotta get back to work, but I'm gonna do the knowledge to the rest of the live later. Be there for your earth while she saved herself and vice versa. Don't let the system separate us. Peace to the nation. A guy education said wisdom born teaches us how to be successful in all of our undertakings. And that's one of the things that adding on what he's saying that I always agree with, that, you know, you might miss that because the wisdom born degree is telling you about him being successful at making the devil. And so the first thing that stands out to you is the making the devil, but what he's dealing with also is the science of success, the science of focusing on the idea and having discipline, not letting, no other things, if it's not dealing with what we're trying to accomplish, the penalty is death. Not saying a physical death, but that idea is born dead. We're not doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like we supposed to be dealing with education, it's certain things we're not going to do right now. Not that nothing is wrong with that. But like we were saying yesterday, there's time and there's time in, right? There's truth and there's a season that is the truth could be born alive in. You see, a lot of people think, I need to say what I got to say regardless, man, because see, it's not about you saying what you want to say regardless. It's about you planting seeds that's going to be fruitful or not fruitful. I wouldn't be having this conversation with a 7-year-old. because that wisdom, that knowledge and wisdom ain't going to bear no fruit with them. In a way, I talk to them, I wouldn't be having this conversation because that would not bear no fruit. You trying to make a point for yourself, see, because that's also a few dollars more. When you doing it and saying it for your convenience, you know, and your status, you want to be able to say you did this, you did that. See, because in reality, at that point, you're holding the wisdom above people's heads. So see, that's your part that you played in making the devil too. That's how the story say. You got the 59,999, but why was they dissatisfied? They was dissatisfied because the 70% was holding the wisdom above their heads for their benefit. See, that's what people try to do. You throw rocks and hide your hands. Just see, you got people, they say, yeah, I walk down the street with all this paraphernalia on. I had, hold on for a second. But all of those is you know, things you don't want to be getting caught up in. And that's what the wisdom born degree is telling you. Or one of the things you can learn from the wisdom born degree is about the science of success. See, like I was saying, all those things that you got to do, that whatever you think is going to be the benefit of that you don't know 120 because you like, yo, God, I can't do that because, I'm in the mix of doing this, man. Yo, God, I'll be working, I'll be going to school, I'm doing this, that. See, all those is people those is ideas that's not going with the original idea of where your GOAL is supposed to be. See, all that's taking you away from what it is to be successful. You see what I'm saying? There's a lesson in there, right, about how to manifest an idea and how to only do things that's going to bring about that victory. About having the judgment to weigh and judge that even, right? To say, okay, man, brother said they're about to go rob the bank and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to graduate from college next month, right? Now, if you got sense, man, and you understand about success, you like, man, listen, what we gonna get? 5,000 that we're gonna have to split versus me being successful at what I'm here studying and making that every week. But see, you got those that get caught up. And for a few dollars more, listen, like I said, it's what they value. It may not be the actual money that they value. It may be, yo, you just want these guys to think that you're cool, so you went and robbed a bank with them. I know people that did stuff that's stupid. You didn't even need you just was with them trying to be cool. And how you ended up? Sitting in a cell with nobody speaking your language. But back on to the topic, though, we were speaking on the different things that contributed to the decline of the Black family, you know. But what do you think about this aspect right here too? Fred McDaniels, I see you here. You know, what do you think of the aspect right now that is, you know, it's the things that contributed to the decline, right? And those things may be separate right now from the things that's keeping it in a state of decline. You know what I'm saying? Like how we got to this condition and what's keeping us in this condition may not necessarily be the same thing. That this decline has been going on so long that now there's secondary effects, right? Like once the family breaks apart, then you got all these other things that happen, right? With the parents and with the children that start to go on for generations. What about that idea? Hold on 1 second. Yeah, you know, don't hesitate to add on to that question right there while I'm taking this 2 minute break. Yeah, here we go. Terrell Boylan said people often refer to generational curses, but oftentimes this is something that is accepted by individuals, i.e., cocaine, GMOs, just a few examples. Okay, well, the second concept, the second sentence, I'm a little bit, I don't really understand that one. But yeah, this generational curses thing. I mean, this is something that you know, sometimes a terminology is, is normal, right? It's just a word. But then the people can use it in a way to start to make it seem like something it's not. So, I understand the signs of uh, positive and negative has legacies. So there's, let's say if your parents is college educated, right? There's going to be a legacy to that, just from the degree that, look, when they send you to school, they're going to be able to help you with your homework, as opposed to if your family is illiterate, they're not going to be able to help you with your homework. If your parents is college educated, right, they're going to be able to help you writing your history in advance in terms of education, in terms of a career, right? If your family, was illiterate and they just worked at the factory, they're gonna have a harder time helping you to uh, write your history in advance. Now they can, a lot of times they can't help you write it, but they'll put you in the best position where you can write it. But either way, there's legacies to that. You know what I mean? But you know, if you like rubbing crystals, saying you're getting rid of the and all of that stuff, and the shadow work and that kind of stuff, I'm not with that. Fred McDaniel said a tone and a tune with surrounding families. But I mean, I don't think people, a tone, uh, a tone, you know, you said a tone with surrounding families. They got a tone within their family. I think this is a little bit more about. But I mean, eventually, in terms of, you know, the family is like the atomic level of society. So, all of these atoms come together to form, objects. That's one thing. Like when you look at the wall, right, and it's one thing, but in reality, it's trillions of atoms. If you look at it in a microscope, that's what you see. So, I can see that. Jarrell Borland said things we take into our physical body and environment affects our futures. Yeah, now I'm not sure if that's what you were talking about, but there is uh you have things that they say run in families, right? Like you have a family and you go to the doctor, they ask you, okay, what's your family's medical history on this thing or that thing, right? And it'll be like, okay, well, yeah, this, runs in my family. And a lot of times they'll think that that's based on some genetic trait, but in reality, it's based on they've been eating the same wrong foods or drinking the same contaminated water. And it's not, something that is inherent to their genetics. It's, just a reaction to the same poisons in the environment. Divine understanding said my parents were college educated but struggled with conflict resolution, of which there is a legacy to that as well. Yeah. You know, I use that one example of education, but yeah, those legacies, uh, dealing with drugs, dealing with violence, you know, all of these things. Yeah, there's legacies to all of that. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, this when they use that term generational curses, sometimes the people who are using it get a little spooky. You know what I'm saying? But in terms of, that's my understanding of it, that all of these different things that's positive or negative, right? Because, that's what we say, right? That, this is not just a physical relationship, right? This is mental, emotional, all these different planes that you relate to the woman, right? And so the understanding that's born from that on all those different planes, right, is the children's reality. You know what I'm saying? And all of those different levels of the reality, have a legacy with the children, whether it's positive or negative. A lot of times, we don't want to, accept that, but it is the reality. Edward Green said, my old Earth used to always tell me not to mess up my credit. When I asked why, she could never give me a detailed answer. Okay, I see you're speaking on the point where I'm saying that, she may not have she may not have fully understood it, but she knew that you needed to be in that position to write your history. You understand what I'm saying? So she made sure you was good on that. But at the end of the day, the parents, they can only take you up to 6. For women, they can only take you up to 24, 8, 9, 6. 25,000, that's something else. Your parents can't, 7, your parents can, that's something else. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, eventually we all got to write out in history. Supreme man, character traits pass like genetics. The proper education doesn't correct errors. You understand what I'm saying? You know, uh, everything from, you know, uh, in terms of the foods that we eat, right? Like the reason that Spanish food tastes like Spanish food to me, right? Whereas to Spanish people, it just tastes like food. It's because, your taste buds actually develop according to the foods that you eat. Or even you see people from certain countries, right? And they look the same, or certain. Now, some of that is just the genetics, but some of that is because of the language that you speak in. Your muscles in your face develop a certain way. The muscles in your tongue develop a certain way, where that's the reason why, once you get to a certain age, it's incredibly difficult to drop that accent. Like certain languages, there's no letter corresponding. Like when you hear like Asian people, they put R's. A lot of places where R's don't belong is because they don't have that letter in their language. So all of these is things that, yeah, there's a physical component to it, right? But this is something that comes straight from which knowledge and wisdom, you know what I'm saying, which knowledge and wisdom you had since the planet was first found. But we dealt with some specifics, but I would say that, to me, those is the two biggest things, right? Is, like I said, that men and women is under two separate attacks. They're being attacked in so many separate ways that it's difficult for them to see each other's problems. And the other thing is see, the gold has replaced everything else. You know what I'm saying? In terms of the 12 Jews that are a lesson, but in terms of the knowledge, wisdom, understanding, right? We already know that's not prevalent, right? Freedom, justice, and equality, we know that's not prevalent. These are not things that, is necessarily stressed for us to strive for, right? It's stressed for us to strive for gold, right? Because, even why would you want to go to college? Why would you want to get all this knowledge? It's so that you can get more gold. Why do you want freedom, justice, and equality? You want equality in the workplace so you can get more gold. And then supposedly, if you have enough gold, right, then you can get the kind of food, clothing, and shelter that'll give you love, peace, and happiness. And so now, like Supreme Man was saying, all the character traits, all of the, like AGI education was saying, the community accountability and all of these types of things, right, go out the window because all we need is the goal. All of the ways that we deal with each other, the equality that we have with each other, how we treat each other, right, is just broken down to the goal. And so, especially when you look at the fact that you don't control the goal, but you're given the goal control over your love, peace, and happiness. Those things are distractions. We live in a capitalist society. We here on the poor part of the planet Earth, and one of the things that means is that you need gold. Just to survive over here, you need gold. But when you lose the perspective on it, right? When you lose the perspective of you making the money or the money making you, you know what I'm saying? When you lose that perspective, you're gonna run into a lot of problems. You know what I'm saying? Like, people got a lot of problems. And relationships between men and women, I mean, there's no kind of, greater thing, whether you're talking about the quality of it, the quantity of it, the history of it, whatever, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's gonna stand out. But that's one of the things is that, you living in a society where it's not social equality. You're not a part of the social equality. And so, becoming a part of the social equality is more important than, a lot of the other things. And so it just leads to problems. You know what I'm saying? You know, uh, even, say with the young, a lot of the things that they going through, you know, uh, trials and tribulations, things that's causing them to go through death, hell, and destruction is the same thing because they caught up in things in society that they think is gonna make their life good, but this is just a social thing. You see what I'm saying? So, heaven kind of gives you that idea, the few dollars more is that happiness is just the final stage. But in reality, that's something that you got to keep renewing that history. That you got to keep completing that cycle because just because you was happy when you was 9, right, and you got the fucking Atari, that don't mean you're going to be happy now. Just because you was happy when you met that man or woman, that don't mean you're going to be happy in whatever other time in the future. So it's not a final state where you walk through the pearly gates and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's something that you gotta keep completing that cipher. So going back to what A God Education was saying in terms of accountability. Supreme Man said, I measure my personal accomplishments by my acquisition of the 12 jewels in my personal cipher. Yeah, that's a good you know, I do the same. It's a good how would you say it's a good measuring stick. You know what I'm saying? Like a little checklist, especially because, uh, 60 years is a long time. So long as I've been, but it's not a long time, in terms of for all of, you know, everything to be established. We're right now establishing how one can be successful in this culture. You know what I'm saying? Uh, like there's, we got a blueprint in terms of the knowledge, right? But we didn't get a blueprint in terms of applying that to society, right? You know, in a way, I wouldn't say we didn't get no wisdom, we didn't get no knowledge on how to apply this. But in which worlds? See, the people that came before us, there's worlds that we went into that they never got a chance to go into. And there's worlds that our kids is going into that we never had a chance to go into. You know what I'm saying? There was no beaten path on, you know, uh, preparing your kids, especially for this day and time, because, that was a whole different time. The whole paradigms was different. But all of those things, those elements in the 12 Jews, in terms of you know, I wouldn't say weighing and judging, but you being able to show what you manifested in all of those categories. And like I said, it's constant elevation because, like I said, what you knew 30 years ago might don't be valid today. Not that it wasn't true or something, but it's just, people don't ride horses and carriages no more. Like I remember one time, this was like in the early 90s. I get on the train and his brother asked me, yo, where do you catch the CC train? And he said that. I was like, damn, bro, you must have did a real long time because they stopped us running the CC train. I don't even think I was riding the train by myself the last time I seen the CC train. You know what I'm saying? Things change. When you say knowledge is infinite, are you really acquiring more knowledge? Are you wiser? Is there things that you would do now that you wouldn't have did then? That's positive, at least. Things that you wouldn't do now that you did then. Do you see a clearer picture? When you got the knowledge, you was on the street. Are you in jail now? Do you still have your freedom? All these things is in constant flux. Sharon Love came in. Fred McDaniels, Fred McDaniels. I'm gonna give you a quote here from the guy Rashon. This is one of his phrases here that people that have great wisdom, they often say that they speak with a silver tongue. But silence is golden. I don't know if you're picking up what I'm putting down.
Sure.
But silence is golden. Freedom culture is the deal.
You got culture freedom. It's culture. Culture freedom. Culture.
Yeah, there's people with all that crazy shit. See, I'm gonna tell you what the problem is, man. People gotta stop debating about other people's understanding. That's where the shit get crazy. The two things. See, you can't debate other people's understanding, right? And you gotta get a well-rounded picture of the reality right now and the history. A lot of people, They've been around one or two people. Nobody was there every day. And if you got the knowledge in 1964, right? What flag you got? No, none of them didn't exist then. You got the Muslim flag. That's what I'm saying. So different people, you could tell me how that brother it was when that brother got the knowledge. That's what he could tell you. You see what I'm saying? So you got some people that they got at 68. You want to tell people what they got at 64. You got to know all the people. Yeah, how many people you met somebody, man? You might spend a night at their house, man, but that's different from being here every day. But Abdul Rahman, you still there? I don't know if we've you said what's with some brothers claiming they're the tribe of Jabbar? Now that actually goes back to the Elijah Muhammad signs. Now, see, when you look at it at the 10th degree, right? You got the son of man that agreed, and you got the son of man that disagreed. Right? You got the original man that chose for himself the best part, and you got the original people that made the devil. See, Allah said he wasn't none of those. He never made no devil. He never disagreed. So he wasn't from the tribe of the Bads, who's the people who strayed away. He was from the tribe of Jabbar, who is the tribe that Alfonso is from, the tribe of Jabbar. Now that is going back right there in terms of I don't know how widespread that is, but that's how it was when I got it. That's what the tribe of Jabbar is about. The tribe of Jabbar is Alfonso's tribe, and we're not the uncle, or Allah is saying he's not the uncle, he's the father. That could be poppycock, I don't know, but that's what it was on the streets in the 80s. That was the science of death. I didn't even know it was that many people that never heard of that. Like you said, recently it came, it started coming up, and I was seeing people going back and forth. But I never got involved with the conversation on it. But that's what I got. Supreme said that's why you have to contemporize your knowledge, yet not lose the foundational teachings. Nah, plug it over here. Get one of those.
What the thing that was there?
Nah, you gotta get another one.
They did on the The black one was there around.
Use this one over here. Nah. Don't plug it in over here. Use a different outlet.
As long as you don't overcharge.
Overcharge what?
Big line.
It's already overcharged.
No, it's not.
Just unplug everything else.
It's not. I was doing it all day yesterday. None happened. No problem. Nothing. It didn't overload or nothing. I didn't turn this on.
I just told you, man.
I'm
I'm telling you, use another what's your name from over there.
Get home, man. We doing this.
Abdul Rahman said brothers also claiming to be from the tribe of Arawak. I haven't heard the tribe of Arawak. What is that? Is that you saying like they you mean listen, man, I'm doing my live, man. Y'all just why don't you try to plug it in the front and see if that's what happened. Or if it's the quiet.
Fucking on.
But oh, you talking about like the Aboriginal brothers?
Italian, Arabic, and Puerto Rican, Dominicans.
Who?
All the original, Spanish.
Stop it, but
When you got to India.
you said I heard that years ago. It was over my head. I kind of acted like I didn't hear it at the time. We talking about the tribe of Shabazz and the tribe of Jabbar, I mean. See, look, that's one of the reasons why you gotta study some of the other Elijah Muhammad stuff. You see what I'm saying? Because there's things that's not mentioned in the lessons that's mentioned in some of those other writings. But are you talking about like the Aboriginal brothers that's saying they well, that's actually it's not what's the word? This, everybody kind of got their own understanding in that movement, So you got some people that, refer to themselves as Indians, some of them don't, so but yeah, that's something that, I've been seeing that recently. Umar Johnson is saying that the black man in America is originally from the tribe of Arawak, and that the white man lied about bringing us from Africa. We've been here in North America too many years. Umar Johnson is saying that? You sure about that? That doesn't sound like Umar Johnson. I would have to see that. So you say Umar Johnson is an apple now? You talking about the Prince of Pan-Africanism? Are you saying that the Prince of Pan-Africanism is saying that black people is not from Africa? That's I'm just, look, I'm on the outside. I'm just asking these things I'm going by what he said. I'm just making the observation here. He said, yeah, Umar Johnson does not support the Aboriginal movement. Yeah, he got a little attention, man. Opportunity, King Kong of consciousness. I think you probably got Umar Johnson mixed up with somebody else. You might think what's your dude's name? You might got Dane Calloway. You might got Dane Calloway mixed up with Umar Johnson. That's on brand for Umar Johnson. I don't know. Tariq Nasheed is saying that now too. Yeah, I know Ali talking about Ali Muhammad. I know he says that. That's one of those things, me personally, where I'm at with a lot of things is that, look, get back to me when something that significantly changes the reality of now, like if you go to Europe and you find some bones that's older than the bones in Kenya, then I'm not sure what difference that would make. Definitely not the difference of, I hear that, because I always wondered that, well, okay, what's the reason for this lie? Like, is it just for conversation? So a lot of times it's saying that the lie is to demoralize us, right? But to me, I would prefer the story that's told as a lie that, listen, I got into some smoke with some brothers and shit, right? They got at me, you know what I'm saying? And then, they got with their homies and then I ended up in some fucked up shit. You know what I'm saying? They sold me over here. Then some niggas just came, a handful of niggas, 15 motherfuckers landed on a boat, kicked all our ass so bad, we forgot who the fuck we was inside our own house. Like, wait a minute, bro. I think I remember the other story. I'm much more cool. The story A, I can live with that. Story B, you talking about these motherfuckers that couldn't even feed themselves, kick their ass? Completely. We dropped our flags, our language, our lessons, everything. I could hardly believe that unless I was blind up and dumb. So, I don't like that story. I don't like that story at all. And Green said, I'll just say this. You will find that most Aboriginals are flat earthers. Draw that up how you choose to. Now, I have actually found that. I've noticed that. I've also made that observation. You said Umar changes up week to week depending on the weather. SW said it does seem to be a correlation. Well, the correlation that I've seen, right, is that it's anti-intellectual. You know, both movements is kind of anti-intellectual. You know, even though, you know, I make fun of that word, but, you know, anti-scholarship, you know, anything that is, you know, scientific, you know, kind of demonstratable phenomenon for them, it's automatically untrue. Like if it's in the Principia, you know, which is, you know, the book that Newton wrote, where he you know, laid the foundations of physics, right? If it's in the Principia, you know, flat earthers and the Aboriginal movement automatically declares it false. Dude looking bird's eye view down at the sun from a plane is wild, Looney Tunes. I mean, just the, you know, the idea that you can prove things with YouTube videos. Like, see, even, you know, like right now, let's say you out and you teaching, right? Let's say you out and you teaching and you want to prove something is true. So you show the people one of my videos. That's bullshit. You didn't prove nothing. You just show niggas some nigga on YouTube saying some shit. You gotta show and prove it with knowledge and wisdom that is showable and provable, right? And if it's showable and provable, then it's showable and provable with or without me being involved. So, you know, they keep showing me these, you know, and, you know, telling me things that, you know, look, I've lived I don't think I've ever been more than I've never lived 10 miles or greater from the Atlantic Ocean. Like in New York, you live right there, it's the Atlantic Ocean. You know, my family down south, you know, when I was down there, that's the Atlantic Ocean right there. I've lived on the coast of the Atlantic my entire life. And when they show those pictures of stuff happening with boats, bro, it's just not true. Like this is phenomenon that I've seen my whole life. Like when they say, you know, that the top of the ship doesn't start showing before the bottom, that is a lie. But I'm gonna say it's a lie. Just you know, this is something that they're perceiving, you know, from YouTube videos that I'm saying I've seen in person. You know, in New York, this is one of the biggest harbors in the world. Cruise ships come here, Navy ships come here, cargo ships come here, and it always looks a certain way. You always see the top of the ship coming up over the curve before the bottom. And then, you know, to me, you know, the other thing is, you know, there's an anti-intellectualness to it, right? But there's also an it's anti-empirical, you know, which not saying that empiricism isn't a part of the scientific process, right? But I'm saying that it's some things like, yeah, you got the theory that happened, but bro, I do this every day. So I may not know how many molecules go from this side to that side, but I know how to do this better than you because I do it. You study it. And so what I'm saying, all of that to say is that if we throw academia out, right? We throw all the formulas out, we throw all these concepts out, right? It should be infinitely easier to prove that the earth is flat than it is to prove it's round through just empirical measure. So, you know, my point is look, if the earth is flat, take a picture of me from Philly right now. Wherever you at, if the earth is flat, you should be able to take a picture. Like there's some things like, listen, shouldn't everybody on the planet be able to see Mount Everest? Like if the earth is flat, you know, like see in New York, you know, you can see the Empire State Building. Like you could be in Queens, you could be in Brooklyn, you could be, you know, the Bronx may be a little bit far, but I'm saying if you, you know, I'm talking about even on the ground. If it's not no buildings blocking you right there, and I'm saying nothing is 29,100 feet, 141 feet high from the Earth's surface, right? From sea level. So nothing should be blocking that. Why you can't take a picture of me from England right now? If it's flat, there's no buildings blocking us on the Atlantic Ocean. So this is what I'm saying. It's you know, we've we had a flat earther on the show. We gave them a shot here on the Random Jews Network, and see, I don't disqualify people; they disqualify themselves. I just inform them of what has happened. But that's the type of thing, particular geographers, like, look, if you make it to the other side of the ice wall at the South Pole, right? Tell me what happened when you get back. That's not my particular endeavor. So like when you got the flag, right, and you got the 8 points, these is all different directions. You go build in that direction, I'm building over here in this direction. Right now, that's not my direction. But if you make some kind of breakthrough, right, that's the sign. So let's be in a nation. Now you can come back and tell me what you found, and then I can grow and develop from that point. Right, Big Daniels, you you make some very unique comments. And we agreed. So we used to put the quarter in the telescope machine and watch the ships go over the curve. Indeed, I've done that too. So once you start to tell people not to believe their lying eyes, things get a little things. You can only do that to people that are totally, because see, I'm saying that you can see that with the naked eye. Like you see the whole thing with the naked eye. It's not like rain, hail, snow, or earthquake, right? Where you don't see the signs of evaporation. It's not visible to the naked eye, right? That's what it tells us in the building. But you see and hear rain, hail, snow, and thunder above your heads. And so for a person to get you to believe something about the part that's unseen, it's a little bit easier. But when you start telling people that the part that we've seen with the naked eye, then I think that's why they're having a little bit of issues in terms of getting that idea to be accepted a little more mainstream. So, I guess we've reached that time. Well, Fred McDonough, he said he's been around, so he knows. We have to start winding things down fairly early before, you know, we got people like Abdul Rahman. They like to come in with the last minute. So, we got any questions on, I guess what was the original topic here? A few dollars more, and about, paying attention to what it is that you value when you go into different cycles. You know what I'm saying? Because, a lot of times you see that all that glitters is not gold, and, you can end up caught up in illusion, for, if you're not, aware, of what it is that you have to give of yourself in order to get that few dollars more. You understand what I'm saying? Because that's what it says, more gold for your labor. So what do you got to do? What is the price that you got to pay? You know what I'm saying? What is the impact on your environment? Because a lot of times we get caught up in ciphers, and that's what it was. When a person came to make it into orientation, we lost track of what our real value was. You know what I'm saying? You got into this to do one thing, but then for a little bit more profit. I used the example of myself, you know what I'm saying? I came on this to, dispel certain mythology that, I thought was becoming a little too prevalent on the internet, but in the midst of that, like, look, we the flat earthers on, we well, all of that was related, the Lord Jamar thing and the 5% connection, and all of these is different things. What I'm saying is those things, those topics get more views than my topics. And see, we got the ad thing I'm saying. So see, for those few dollars more, see, I could have lost track and then started beefing with people. Like it's people that you could just put their name in the title and say something bad about them and you buy it. But, I don't think it's, I have to make a big stretch to, demonstrate, where that would put me at, what that would take me to by doing that. You see what I'm saying? Because, that situation where we mentioned the 1 in 36 is one situation, right? But it's also, right, the trader made it into orientation, right? And Yakub made a promise. You understand what I'm saying? So, you could become one of the 59,999 making the devil. You see, because, that promise that he made was for them to rule for 6,000 years, for them to live in luxury at the expense of the 70% satisfied. So we touched on that. I guess, you could go back and we did definitely went through some more details on that. We discussed some of the things that we've seen in terms of things that contributed to the decline of the Black family and things that contribute to the continuation of the problem. Because, definitely new problems have arisen. Instagram, wasn't around when the black family started declining, you know what I mean? But kind of the culture that's developed on Instagram and, all this type of stuff, the sliding in DMs culture and things of that nature, um, have unique contributions to that situation, and like at the end, that's, my solution, I think, is just, well, not just, but, two things I think is at the root of the problem is first recognizing that, uh, our condition in general is based on attacks, social attacks, educational, economic, et cetera, right? And, we're being attacked in separate ways. You understand what I mean? Meaning, the black women, let's say economics, right? Or just one level, not saying that's everything, but just one small aspect, black women is being attacked through the kind of onerous requirements for them to get assistance, right? And then the black man is being attacked with unemployment. You see what I'm saying? And that is a good example of something that the black man and the black women, fight about, but it's products of an outside attack that neither one can really, they haven't experienced that attack. You see what I'm saying? And that's what it is in this society. If you're somewhere else where you're living, you know, your own culture, right, where you're surviving off the land, then you and her is going to have all the same issues. See, she's not working at one factory and you working at another factory. Y'all both working at the same farm. If a coyote comes in and attacks, it's attacking everybody. If it eats that sheep, everybody lost that sheep. And the other thing is the culture of individualism that's in the greater society uh, has had a negative impact, on relationships in general, I think, and black relationships in specific. But you know, the kind of way that that and other things in society, right, have become more important than the actual things that's important to man, woman, and child. You know what I'm saying? In particular, we was talking about the goal today, you know, um, kind of the rat race of life, the rat race of this specific society, in the way it's built right now, uh, has changed the value system, to the point where, you know, the money makes people. People don't make the money. You know what I'm saying? It's you know, kind of what is the end, what is the means, and what is the goal. See, money used to be the means for you to achieve love, peace, and happiness with people. You know what I'm saying? But now, people is the means that you use to get money. You know, or whatever it is that is your goal. You know, you're in a society where you survive by extracting from other people. And, you know, the importance of you doing that in order to survive in this society has gotten so great, you understand, that it's cannibalism. So, you know, being able to see through, you know, kind of that nothing that the devil gives you, right? You know, and, you know, understanding what the something is, you know, I think those two things right there is, you know, a good start in terms of providing a solution in the equality between men and women and child. And then we had some, not trivia, but, you know, we had a couple questions at the end. Don't recall all of them, but you know, we had that. We got a few people. James President, welcome to the channel. Hit the like button and subscribe. James President says, peace to the righteous. Just join the site for trying to gain more knowledge of the culture. I have a question. Did Father Allah ever consider himself a Muslim, or should you first become a Muslim before God? Well, Allah joined the NOI. So indeed, that was the stage of his growth and development, was being a Muslim. Should you first become a Muslim before God? I'm going to give you my perspective. You know, I'm sure the NOI would give you another perspective. You know, my perspective is that Allah already was a Muslim, so I don't have to be. You know, you're just learning right now. You know, so you know, yeah, there's levels to it. We could go through other layers of it. But that's what fathers do, right? In furthering your education, right? They have things that they lived in their life, and then, you know, they help you write your history in advance, right? By letting you know what their experience was or something. So, no, you know, I don't see any reason why you should become a Muslim. You know, even when you this terminology here before God, but we just rock it, right? No, Abdul Rahman. See, I don't know if this is Abdul Rahman said facts. What you just explained is child support. Oh, using people to get money. I mean, well, you know, see, you got a little misogynistic here. I don't know if I want to go down that road with you. You said they said that about Cardi and Meg too, but we are here. What is District 120 saying? So Abdul Rahman, now listen, I want everyone to know these are Abdul Rahman's comments, right? I'm gonna do a disclaimer. that Abdur Rahman, first of all, we don't know if he's taking his medication to date. He's been stable. It's been stable for a while. But I just want everybody to know that the Righteous Jews Network may or may not agree with the sentiments expressed by Abdur Rahman. See, he said, or what Abdur said about Sexy Red. Well, actually, yeah, what do you mean by it? Because, yeah, like you said, they said that about Cardi and Meg too, but here we are. I mean, yeah, you know, I would say Sexy Red and Suki Hana are maybe not orders of magnitude, but I would say that there's a what's the word? They're more shocking than Cardi and Meg, I would say. So uh, let's say you got pushed down a flight of steps. I would say Sexy Red and Suki Hana is there are other steps that you're hitting on the way down the flight of stairs. But I do think that these women, whether it's on purpose or not, right? Whether it's on purpose or not, they have changed the value system for women, and not saying that they started, but they clearly, a lot, I guess, female rappers now, they fall into that category, right? Of, people being the means to get gold rather than, gold being the means, to make your survival in this society with people easier. District 120 said, I know they pushed the threshold with it, but you can see they're being used as tools. I mean, look, like I said, they didn't start it. But I do think that sex worker culture has been injected into the mainstream. That whole the aesthetic of the dressing, the character traits, the behaviors and practices is stripper / prostitute culture. Abdul Rahman said, but even if they are tools, they are destroying these little girls. At some point, that does make a big difference. That was, something that was taught at, you know, taught now, but just saying that, I remember as a young guy learning that, the devil is one whose negativity not only affects themselves, but everybody around them. So at some point, you do have to look at, what is the fruit of that. Just that women selling their bodies to get more gold is quickly becoming a new norm. I don't know if it's new. I don't know if it's quickly becoming the new norm. I think it's firmly established. That's the new norm. I think it's firmly established as the new norm. Freedom culture said women's enemies are pandering to them. That takes a certain type of discernment for them not to fall for. And I think a certain amount of experience. You know, um, the devil, he uses people up. You know what I'm saying? Just in general, just the social history or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes it takes for people to get to the consequences, right, of being a tool before they realize that they've been used as a tool. You know what I'm saying? So, uh, you know, anybody that sold crack, say in the 80s, they can tell you all about why that was the wrong thing to do on every level, from social to economic to whatever, right? But they had to have that experience first. You know what I'm saying? It's something that I also say when you deal with the battle between people that was born here and immigrants, right? Is that a lot of times the immigrants don't realize they're being exploited, right? Or they're willing to be exploited, right? In order to put their children in a better space to write their history and events. You know what I'm saying? But by the time their children come of age, they realize that, my parents was exploited and shit. You see what I'm saying? And they react to it differently depending on the person. But some of it, I think, it comes down to that where uh, enough people that have seen the hereafter, right, of that life or any given life, right? Once they've seen the hereafter and come back to tell everybody, right, whether that was lies or not about what that life leads to, then you see some change. James President said, I was confused when the lesson said 21. Did I hear you say that some of the 17 million do not know they are Muslims? I never considered myself a Muslim, but he was talking about me. But was he talking about me? Uh, See, I don't know how far you got in the lessons, but see, the lessons was asked by Fard Muhammad to Elijah Muhammad. See, so you got all of those questions. See, you can answer those questions for yourself. Anybody can answer. A person that's a Christian can answer. A person that's a Buddhist can answer. And when each one of those different individuals answer that question, and it comes to, right, what is his own self? They're going to answer in the first person. So you got to understand that aspect of it. And the 1 in 36 is a good example. Let me ask you a question. Did you think your name was W.F. Muhammad? I'm sure you did not think your name was W.F. Muhammad because you was able to put that in perspective that that individual was speaking in the first person. To see, that's how you got to learn how to draw this up. See, that's how you got to look at it, right, with the third eye and not just the two physical eyes. See, the two physical eyes, yeah, that's what it say right there. You said, I see where they was talking about who got on the ship with Yakub and who didn't. Yakub took a ship. In a way, yes, but majority of posts I see with them too, I guess you're talking about Sukihana and Sexy Red involved. It ain't black women praising their ways and actions in the comments. And see, that's the thing. Now, you're younger than me, but you're not teenage girls. That's who's being affected. The grown people don't like their music. The new music that's out is not made for grown people. It's made for people that got all day to be streaming music. You know, that's just a part of the reality. Being that music is not really sold like that no more. It's streamed, right? Then you're not necessarily looking for people with money. See, that's what's happening right now, where they saying a lot of these artists can't sell records because your fan base has grown up. And you jumping on stage talking about taking drugs and sweating is no longer entertaining to them.
Yeah.
So, you know, those are the people that's being the most highly affected by it is, you know, 10, 11, 12, 13-year olds, you know, that seeing them on Instagram, you know, and the stuff they doing, and they're too young to know that that shit is a few dollars more that they see. And they're going to end up here with nobody speaking their language if they follow that. Abdul Rahman. He said his name was Brother Minister Clarence 13X in the mosque. So wouldn't that mean he was once a Muslim? As I said, that was a stage of his growth and development. His name was also Clarence Smith. And I don't hear none of y'all saying Mr. Smith. Why do y'all always get stuck on Clarence 13X? Why don't y'all call him Mr. Smith? To you, it's a stage of growth and development. The man said his name was Allah. What problem do y'all have with that? You said, where the Lauryn Hills, Erica Badu's at? Now, look, Erica Badu probably can make it because she does have a little propensity to do some things that's strange for some change. I don't know. Yeah, Erica Badu, you know, I don't know if you've seen all of her videos. And you know she sells yeah, she got some perfume that's supposed to be like the essence of her vaginal secretion. Yeah, some strong gel. She's selling strong J. You know what I'm saying? So see, she probably could make it, but Lauren Hill would never make it in today's world, in today's market, because it's not about talent. It's about who can have the best social media presence. You see what I'm saying? So if it was today, right, the real Roxanne would have blew up, and Roxanne Shante would not have blown up. You know what I'm saying? But back then, it was like, yeah, everybody knew the real Roxanne was much better. Well, I didn't say this, but she was the more of the sex symbol, you know. But Shantae was nice on the mic. That was all that mattered. You know, MC Light would have made it. You know, um, Foxy Brown and Little Kim, they would have been players, but I don't know if they went far enough for the day's world. I don't, you know what I'm saying? They would have been out there, but you know, uh, I don't know necessarily that they would be over the City Girls or what's the other the half white girl? Yeah, Ice Spice her too. That's another one. Yeah, I don't know because I haven't figured out, and I'm afraid to ask my daughters what is the significance of that move that she does when she bends over and grabs her crotch from the back. Yeah, yeah. I don't know what is the significance of that, but I don't know, because even with Foxy Brown, that kind of was her style. Like I'm a classy hoe. You know what I'm saying? I ain't doing certain shit. So I don't know if they would make it in today's market. You know what I'm saying? A lot of great rappers, Rakim would have never made it because he didn't have a social presence like that. That was a part of his image, was that I'm not social like that. He would have not had no social media. Yeah, tough times during class. Fine. Word Muslim means one of peace. Said the freedom culture. Said female rapper with class would be disruptive to the game right now. I mean, no, I don't think that they would penetrate the game right now. It's not I mean, there's female rappers with class. They don't penetrate the game. There's female rappers with talent. They don't. Rhapsody is not mainstream, but seems to have found a nice little lane for herself. Yeah, that's always going to be open in terms of anybody having people that appreciate your art, but you get in the billboards on Times Square, you get in the. Can you tell us now, Terry, now? Nah, you can turn it out from his phone. So you think that Kim and Foxy would have risen to the occasion and turn the game up? I mean, that's possible. That's very quite possible. You know, uh, Lady of Rage would not have made it. SZA was modest not too long ago. Yes, I mean, uh, listen, it's not that they're gonna make you do it. You know what I'm saying? But you're just gonna notice that life is much easier, in whatever it is that you're doing. Yeah, Lotto, that's her name.
Yeah. The door is not. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah. See, I'm hearing every step of the way back here. I'm hearing.
Who is HER? He said even HER started to take her clothes off. I don't even know who that is. Now some of this is, I don't want to just put this on hip hop or black women, because white women is doing anything on OnlyFans too. That's not listen, they get their bread up for OnlyFans too. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's just a part, and look, this is something, hold on. I actually just saw this the other day, right? And hold on. Let me see if I can find we do we push my screen. Computer moves. Let's go. HER is an R&B singer. I never heard of her. Yeah, I don't know what happened just now, but we back in effect right here. Now, check this out. Yeah. Just, okay, I see. I'm gonna have to get him out of here today. You got fucking with me, man. I don't understand why all this other shit is important all of a sudden. Okay, now, can anybody see this here? Now, all I got to say is that's pimping. that's pimping. You see, these women have been convinced, right, that selling power you is a form of empowerment. It's a form of expressing freedom, and it's a part of being feminist and everything. In the greater society, there's been a push to define sex work as just work, which is funny because if sex work is just work, right, then what's sexual harassment? Like, I'm just asking you to do a little overtime. I got a project. I got a project for you to work on. Do if you want to do a little overtime. And I'm not saying that's right, but I'm just saying that look how strange that logic is. But this right here is pimping. See, these women have been convinced because you don't see the guy that's making the money that you're not being pimped. But this guy is pocketing $1.3 million per day. It says companies 2022 accounts show pre-tax profits up by 22% to 525 million, while Leonid Radvinsky took $338 million in dividends. Let me tell you something, son. Bilbo, listen, Iceberg, all put together in the whole history. You didn't pocket that kind of money like that. That's pimping. See, look, the same way how the corporate people came in and took over all the mom and pop stores. This is corporate pimping. But these women think they empowering themselves. Leonid Radvinsky, 41. The site's Ukrainian American owner is the sole shareholder in the company, which was founded by the Stokely family in Essex in 2016. Last year's dividend, which works out at 1.3 million for every working day, takes the total Radvinsky has collected from the site over the past 3 years to $889 million. OnlyFans acts as a marketplace for adult performers who upload their own material and keep 80% of the revenue. The remaining 20% goes to OnlyFans and covers the cost of running the business. I think it's covering a little bit more than the cost of running the business. Handling credit card processing and providing a very healthy income for Radvinsky. The site, which claims it provides more than just porn, with musicians, athletes, and comedians also creating content, has 3.2 million registered creators, up from 2.1 million a year earlier. The number of registered fans who can subscribe to content from their favorite performers and buy extra pictures in videos hit 239 million, up from 188 million in 2021. The company's 2022 accounts, which were filed with Companies House on Thursday, show that pre-tax profit increased 22% to $525 million as payments made through the platform hit $5.6 billion, up from $4.8 billion in 2021. See, listen. Listen, man, listen. That's high level. But I'm just saying that to say that this is all a part of what a young girl has to battle to see through. You understand what I'm saying? That they have to battle to see through, to see that what path this is. All female artists today are carbon copies of female artists from the 90s. I would say Little Kim specifically. That at some point in the early 2000s, right, all female artists became Little Kim and all male artists became Lil Wayne. And that, to me, the vast majority of artists that you see today fit that persona, that single character. Lil Wayne made, taking drugs cool. Like, it was out before that, but it never, to where people feel like, this is, like that was something that people was hiding before. Now dudes do interviews, everything with their lean cut. I don't remember seeing like, what was my man from Texas? Yeah, I don't remember seeing Pimp C, and maybe I just didn't notice, maybe it was there and I just didn't notice. But, those were things that people kept, like in my era, a lot of artists were smoking crack, but they didn't, it wasn't something that they was putting out there. You know what I'm saying? He made it cool to do that. A lot of women started doing YouTube videos trying on lingerie. I personally know a chick that got bread from YouTube for, actually, that is a phenomenon that I just discovered. I just discovered that phenomenon maybe about 3 weeks ago. And see, that's another thing that's the case, right? Is that, and that's why I think a lot of this is like drugs, is that this is so easy that, like, if you lived on a block where drugs was already sold, it was so easy for you to just go downstairs and sell drugs, without realizing what the consequences was. So, this thing is so easy for women to get into, but then once the consequences start coming, how easy is it to get out? HER has the NBA contract this year, as well as a nationwide insurance campaign. So you'll see or hear her big game. And see, that's the thing, you wouldn't, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is that, mainstream you know, companies would never have a spokesperson, you know, that did something like that. You know what I mean? Just that, see, that's what I meant earlier. It's going to be the new norm for Jews' wives to tell them to accept their OnlyFans hustle, or they're not real men. You know, listen. This is a part of reality right now. That you know, uh uh you know, see, and this is something in general for me, right? It's like the reason I don't go to certain places. Like, see, if I gotta dress a certain way or do a certain thing to get in this place, I'm probably not going to do it. Like, I gotta do some extra shit for you to like me. Cause see, here's the thing, I'm probably not gonna like you anyway. Like, if I gotta do some shit that I don't normally do to be around you, I'm probably not gonna like that experience. You understand what I'm saying? And you know, that is kind of the thing. Like, you know, I gotta be the way you like me, or I'm not a real man. Like, this is, but this is all a part of the propaganda. Right? Now look, here we go, Jess. Here we go, Jess. How about this one? Don't laugh. You see, I was the one that brought up this pimping. I told y'all, let's stay over here. Y'all was the ones that brought up this pimping. Now, for a few dollars more, Jess, will you fold and be a real man so you can tap that? Will you fold and be her real man, right? And you accept her OnlyFans hustle? So look, even let's take it for not so you can tap that, so she'll stay with you. You see, that's a few dollars more too that people get caught up in, right? More than you thought you would be earning if you maintain your principles. See, how many people you seen go down that road and be left with no money and nobody speaking your language? Edward Green said, it's not pimping if the government getting a cut out you, I guess. Hey, listen, you might be on to something. You might be on to something. Oh, man. Not the cuckold revolution. Listen, man, y'all brothers, listen, we see. I told you, let's retire this, bro. Let's go back. Let me go back, man, before y'all get my channel attention and shit. You know, let me just go ahead. Look, it's been nice. So we had a nice run, 4 years here. You know what I'm saying? We've had a nice 4-year run here. You know what I'm saying? You said yeah, I don't know what you mean by that right there, Fred McDaniels. Lisa Ray McCoy has an OnlyFans. Who's that?
The Diamond Club.
The Brat sister?
Yeah.
OnlyFans. See, that's what I'm saying. See, look, and I'm not, look, this is, I don't want this to be misogyny, but look, here's the thing. I seen Shaq the other day. Shaquille O'Neal, I seen him the other day. He don't look like he can play no ball right now. You know what I'm saying? See, anything you doing, right? where you got to use the physical body. Father Time is undefeated, man. Lisa Ray got OnlyFans. Yeah, yeah, like, listen, you know, and see, that's a part of this too. That's a part of this, that's fueling this, you know. And shout out to Lisa Ray. I'm not coming at her in particular, but if you notice, you have these, women a little bit older, and they like this, yeah, but I still look good though. I can still hustle. Dudes still want to make a purchase. This is, I don't know if this is good. You said Lil Kim got her persona from Adina Howard. I would disagree with that. Little Kim is, look, and shout out to Lil Kim. She's one of my favorite artists. Little Kim was, one of the few women that I say the lyrics to her song. Like women today, there's no way that I would be saying the lyrics in a song. Yeah, I'm not going to be saying the word the wow. You understand what I'm saying? Even with R&B, man, I'm not going to be singing, no song from Beyonce. That's what I'm saying. But Little Kim was basically just hood rat culture. That she was, she personified that, but she was good on the mic. But that woman that she was kind of, the hood was running through her, but she was running through the hood at the same time. You know what I'm saying? And she was ready for whatever, you know what I'm saying? She was ready, she was ready to transport drugs for you, get your gun through this door for you, and go upstate and whop your man off. You know what I'm saying? All for you that, so I wouldn't say Adina Howard. Adina Howard definitely was one of the people that pushed the envelope up, definitely. But remember before Adina Howard, you had Salt and Pepper. It wasn't that this stuff was, unheard of before, but she did push it to a level, Little Kim, that you had to say that was something. You said the hood was running through. I mean, that's, I mean, I don't know. I'm just talking about the reality of New York at that time, right? Is that, women don't have the same, they not built like that for the front line activity of the streets. You know what I'm saying? They can't, necessarily go out there hand in hand because, even the customers could overpower them and shit. You know what I'm saying? Even crackhead. Now, all of them, some of them can get busy, but in general, so they got these indirect ways of being in the game. You know what I'm saying? Whether they dealing with drug dealers, whether they helping them, bagging up, transport, whatever the case is. You know what I'm saying? So, you said the hood was running through her, but she was running through the hood too. Dina Howard, Freak Like Me, sparked the whole movement we see today. No. Now, if we talk about the sparking of that movement, guy, started with Doodoo Brown. It's not a Dina Howard. The first person that came out that and a lot of that happened because when Luke Skywalker at that time, right, was doing the college circuit was big. And so when all those women from places where the stripper culture wasn't that big, like New York, went down south and saw the attention that those women that was with Luke Skywalker got, that's when the change started, G. The first everybody seen twerking en masse was Doodoo Brown. Lady Saw, not sure who that is. She was before Patrick, because Patrick played her part too. He said, well, come on now, it's street ladies too, that's super aggressive fighting and shooting. That's today. Like that was it. You're right. That I see that now and it shocks me like that. That's but it's one of those things that it's out of place to me. But yeah, I've seen that. I've seen these women jump out the car. Look, they ducking behind the car, busting shots, ducking down, big guns too. Yeah, they got some machines. They got some machines out there. You said Doodoo Brown was go-go music? Nah, Doodoo Brown was see, actually they call it Miami bass, but that's how music sounded in the 80s. That's how hip-hop sounded in the 80s with a whole bunch of 808s. But go-go music is out of DC. That was a Miami sound. The strip club sound was Atlanta when it took over nationally. Yeah, but see, that was one of the places, that's what I'm saying. As Miami and Atlanta and these type of places where that culture was prevalent, started becoming more famous, you know what I'm saying? Because remember, see, y'all leaving a lot of people out. If you're gonna, what about Trina? There was lots of people that was pushing the envelope, but I'm saying that their styles, like Nicki Minaj, there's pictures that you can look at side by side that she took the same exact picture in the same pose as Lil Kim. He said, Unique of Mecca Audio fame went down and got loose strippers and brought them up to Club 2000 in the early 90s, Lady Saw had music out and live shows, but not before Patrick. Yeah, so I've probably remember her. Lil Kim was a Lady Saw clown. Maybe if I was more familiar with Lady Saw, you know. So. I think you got that backwards there. You said it went from West Coast gangster rap to East Coast street rap to bling East Coast to South Club, then South Bling to East Coast Club, then Southern Club. The hell are you talking about? First of all, if this thing don't start with New York, then this list is bogus.
What's the incorrect response to all conscious?
He said Trina was street club. Lil Kim was an American born clone of Lady Saw. Let's see if we can see a video from Lady Saw. Maybe I can see it, but I mean, see, I knew bros like Lil Kim. That's what I'm saying. You know, like, you know, it's possible, but bro, it's. But let's see if we have. This is a Lady Saw video right here. Let me see if I can see anything that looks particularly Little Kimish. Okay, this outfit right here, the glasses. This movement is not Little Kim. Nah, God, nah. This is like, see, I knew women like this too. See, these is like these white women that shoot you in the stomach back in days. In it. See, there's no ghetto fabulous here. And of course, this is just one video. So see, this is something that developed late. This is like that stripper fight music. Yeah, I don't know if I would affiliate her with Lil Kim. They do have a resemblance though. They do have a resemblance. We said here the main point is that Miami bass didn't affect the whole rap landscape the way little old St. Louis and Delaware is affecting it now as far as mainstream. Uh hmm, not which artist is from uh which artist is from St. Louis right now? I don't know. And who's ever been from Delaware that did hip hop? And shout out to St. Louis and Delaware. I just don't know. BC Ron, you just have a different recollection of hip hop history than me. You know, uh, I mean, I think maybe you're unaware that Luke led the way, man. Like not just, in terms of that aesthetic, but even in terms of the, being the hip hop mogul, label owner and all of that. Russell Simmons was before him, but there was a point in time when Luke had the biggest independent label in America. Uh, what I saw was Luke have a tremendous impact, by bringing that Miami stripper culture to the stage. Kim definitely was familiar with Saw and probably vice versa. I mean, well, some of the things you gotta remember, y'all saying 94. I mean, Kim is coming out by 94. Saying that, I just, I mean, Kim was a regular New York phenomenon. You know what I'm saying? And we also got to look at the fact that, in her early rhymes, Biggie is writing those rhymes. So you're saying that Biggie is, kind of stole her style and gave it to Foxy Brown, Little Kim, but it's just, oh, Sexy Red and Sukihana is from Yeah, but I don't think they're having an impact on music. I haven't heard a song from either one of them. Which is, not necessarily their fault that, the social media aspect is bigger than the music aspect. You know what I'm saying? You know, Even people from my era, right? Nori was a mainstream artist, but he's certainly, bigger now than he was. Joe Budden is bigger now as a social media guy than he was. Academics, DJ Vlad, these guys are the most recognizable names in hip hop. You know, but they're not having no impact on the sound. They're just, these new women, right? Starting from Cardi B, is just Instagram personalities that can make good enough music to make it. But to say they having an impact on the sound of hip hop, I don't know about that. Yeah, now to say they're having an impact on an order of magnitude with NWA, nah, stop. You're being ridiculous. You said name the songs that was in the vein of Two Live Crew. I'm not sure with that. After MWA, what was Compton's most wanted? West Side Connection, Death Row. So I'm saying, you think there's about to be like a wave of artists from St. Louis because of Sukihana and Sexy Red? You said what comes after Luke? Uh, Trina, Little Kim, the culture, like the video vixen shows up after Luke. Like he's pretty much the first video that I recall, right, that had just a superfluous woman, right? A woman who served no purpose towards the song, right? But she was there and we noticed her, right? Over here, hold on, this right here, let me see if I can find it. Oh, here she go. I actually know this woman too. I met her before. You see this woman dancing? That was the first video vixen that I remember. We got Supreme Man in the building. Do you recall a video vixen before her? Like had nothing to do with this song. Hey, listen. Hey, listen, the way she was hitting, that move right there. See, y'all young boys, y'all don't know. This is back. This is back in the National Geographic days. See, y'all don't know about that. Where she was? Let's get one more look at that. She is throwing that thing, boy. she's the who got somebody before her? If you could think of a video that had a woman like that, women, because remember back in the days, people got their dancers and shit. Like EPMD is doing it like the other people, even Big Daddy Kane, he's up there with Scoop and Scrap. And it changed from that woman there who's mostly clothed to the Melissa Ford's, et cetera, et cetera. Have you not heard the new female Rocky rappers? Nah, I don't hear these people. He said, I just gave Cardi credit. So you saying that these women was out before Cardi B? What are you saying I gave her credit for? He said, when Memphis, St. Louis, Atlanta get it, or Miami, it's a problem. No, it's females from all over the nation rapping like them. I mean, well, look, are you saying that these people's music is good? You're going to say Meg Thee Stallion is not, I wouldn't say she's an influencer. She's not pushing any envelope. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing, I didn't see anything in the game change necessarily after her. Uh, Cardi B, if nothing else, she made, before, just in general, if you're a musician, you're a musician. You're not a comedian. People wouldn't take you seriously going from love and hip hop to the number one. You would be more like a Weird Al Yankovic type of person, if anything. I think Cardi B changed that. After that, you start getting people like the Cash Me Outside girl. That was different. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying that there's a picture of Little Kim bent down in a squat and she's licking on a lollipop. And Nicki Minaj has the same exact picture. Like, I understand you're from St. Louis. You think there's some kind of battle between New York and St. Louis, but I'm just saying, factually speaking, these are the things that I saw. Like I said with the flat earth people, there's some things that I saw with the naked eye. Rob Bass, that's it. Rob Bass out there in New Jersey. I didn't even know that. Ice-T's wife, Darlene, exactly. But listen, she did not predate Rob Bass. Ice-T was not out before, not that I recall. Rob Bass is hold up, we can look at it right here. I think Rob Bass is 1987. Let's see if it has
1985. Foundation.
that was 85? No, it says that it was active from 85. It Takes Two. No, that's the album. Let me see some. It doesn't have the what's it name, but it says the album came out in August of 1988. So, like I said, that's late 87, early 88. I'm trying to think, when did I start seeing Darlene? Hmm. Yeah, I seen Darlene on a couple of what's her names? Hold on, let's see. Let's see what it says on her. So let's see what it says on Ice-T's. On Ice-T's. So it says here that Ice-T was signed to Sire Records in 1987. So I guess that way, it's possible that if I don't recall which was her first videos that she appeared. Yo. See what's gonna have to happen. But yeah, I don't know if Darlene is before her. But it looks like it's all around that time. I definitely was not aware of Darlene before Rob Bass. So once again, you only seem to give female rappers from New York area as references, and once again, the fruits of the labor will bear in 2 or 3 years to come. On now, you know this. Now, see, what you're saying is ridiculous, Pete. Because I'm talking about a time when people from them places where you're talking wasn't even rapping. Like, wow, that's like, see, if we're talking about the 60s, right? And then you bring me up, yeah, that don't got nothing to do with what they talking about. Like if I'm talking about things, I'm talking about this Rob Bates, 1988, 1987. Tell me who was rapping out of St. Louis or Memphis or any of them other places there. And if anybody was rapping from them places, they was from New York and moved there. I don't get it. Like if I was talking about drill music, I wouldn't be talking about New York. If I was talking about Death Row, I wouldn't be talking about New York. Where else are we supposed to? You one of these people that's going to tell me hip hop comes from everywhere else? You said you just proved it after Cardi came out. Well, Sexy Red and Sukihana haven't been out long enough for you to see the new. Okay, is that not the point of what I'm making? That these women have not been out long enough to have the impact that you're bringing their names up with NWA? You're not talking about male rappers. So I'm not exactly sure now. Everybody here was on here, right? Now, how much did I say about Rob Bass? And how much did I say about the woman in the video and how she, the character that she played, the video vixen, right, became more risque after Rob Bass. I mean, after Luke Skywalker introduced what he introduced. How many people caught that? Because I don't remember saying that much about Rob Bass, except that he was the person that made the song that the video was about. The only reason we went into that was just to put a date. We went into Rob Bass's history to put a date on when that woman appeared in the video. And somehow you changed the topic to me talking about Rob Bass. What is video vixen and female rappers are two different points? Show and prove. Show and prove that the reason why you don't see video vixens no more is because they're the fucking rapper now. Show and prove that. You said I started talking about Adina Howard. Nah, bro. No, not at all. Yeah, you lost yourself. I don't know where you got lost at. That's the problem with getting lost. You never know when you made a wrong turn. You never know when you made a wrong turn. That's what people always say, yo. Say, yo, I lost that. When you lost that. Nigga, if I knew I lost it, it wouldn't be lost. I would just go back and get it. I wouldn't say I lost it. I would say I left it someplace. I don't know where you got lost at. Watching 2027 after you saying all these female rappers sounding like who? That's not going to make me change from saying what's the origin of it. Like in 2027, if some new people get the knowledge, you think that's going to make me say that the knowledge was found in 1964? How is that going to change with the origin of that style? How is that going to change that? Like whatever happens in 2027. See, you talking about Adina Howard. Why was Adina Howard brought up? Right? Because it was suggested that she was the origin of what Suki Hana and Sexy Red is doing. But somehow, see, like you said, we started this topic, we talking about women, and you got stuck on Rob Bates. Let me ask you about that. How did that happen? How did out of all this conversation we talking, you got stuck on Rob Bates? Explain that to me, bro. Riddle me that one. You saying errors in artists to roles, and yeah, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about roles. If we was talking about men, we would be talking about the scholar role, to the gangster role, to the pimp role, to all these the drug dealer roles that people play in hip hop. These are called personas, images that people project, right? Biggie projected the image of a hustler. Pac projected the image of a gangster. These are roles. If you don't see that, then you're not seeing what this conversation is about. And now I know where you got lost. Nah, don't agree with that part. I want to know how you got stuck on Rob Bates. Like all these women we have named, all these women I spoke about, I want to know how you came to the conclusion I was talking about Rob Bates, bro. That's you 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 have to tell me how you thought I was talking about Rob Bates. Yeah, brother, a lot of things. How did you think I was talking about Rob Bates? You saying you don't think it was Luke is their origin. So who was before Luke? That's how we measure things. We got to say, okay, this person was before that person. So that would kind of indicate that that's not that person's origin. Like, tell me who's the origin of that. Who was doing that before? The main point is that I don't think Luke is the ratchet. Damn, this guy's. So let me think. So wait, maybe that's what it is. Maybe. How old are you? How old are you, VC Ron? Because maybe you don't remember the Luke dancers. Like not for nothing. See, maybe that's it. Maybe I wasn't clear about that. But bro, niggas used to get domed. If you was in the front row of a Luke Skywalker show, man, niggas was getting domed, B. I was there. Like all that having women that, yeah, we're hoes in public and we don't care. Tell me who was doing that before that. That's the simple thing, bro. Like, tell me what you gonna tell me next. The white man's the original man. And the fact that there's no evidence of him being here first doesn't mean anything. Like, that's the way time works. Events that occur in a timeline tend to have an impact on events that occur later in the timeline. It doesn't work the other way. You said that's exactly what it is, the physical degree, because anyone who was there know Luke slash, I don't know how to read that. Did you not see Megan and Sexy Red wasn't even born? So how would they be influenced by the people that was out of the game for over 40 years? You ever met Allah? God, what kind of question is that? What kind of question is that, God? Because see, this is another thing. This is what makes this question ridiculous. Is that I spoke on the lineage. See, I spoke on how this person affected that person affected that person, little Kim affected this person and that person. And what I said was the Luke dancers was the ones that brought that aesthetic into hip hop. See, like talking about shooting other brothers like that was a good thing. NWA brought that aesthetic into hip hop. Now, has anybody from from Chicago making drill music, was they around when Eazy-E was around? No. But to suggest that had no impact, you are ridiculous. I'm not mixing the nature with ratchet rapper phase. No, do you know your mathematics? Because I'm not mixing it neither. What I'm asking you is, how was you influenced by Allah's teachings if you never walked with Allah then? Because you're talking about people that's just out of the rap game. Allah was returned to the essence for more than 40 years before you came in this. So how was you influenced by him? Nah, bro, don't change the subject. How was you influenced by Allah's teachings and you never met Allah? You seen a minute and 31-second excerpt from a news program of Allah. Why is your name Allah? Because the person who influenced that was gone for over 40 years. One component I didn't hear added in was the reggae influence from Jamaican culture, where today every woman around the world twerks. We actually did bring up Patrick. We brought up that Patrick played her part, and you're right. At that time, the Jamaicans didn't call it twerking, they called it whining. But that was a part of it. Now, I'm not changing the subject. You asked the question, how are people influenced by people from the past? No, you didn't ask the question. Hold up. Let me, because this is, here it goes. You said, did you not see Megan and Sexy Red wasn't even born? So how would they be influenced by people that was out of the game for over 40 years? But what I'm saying is this question is ridiculous. I'm not changing the subject. I want you to clarify this right here. I want you to clarify. I want you to prove that people are never influenced by things from 40 years ago. Because if that's the case, what the fuck are they doing rapping? What the fuck are they doing hip hop in the first place? Because everybody who started it was out the game for 40 years or more. I need you to guide us through the train of thought that we have to follow to arrive at that destination. That, people are not influenced. What's the cutoff date for influence? Was it 1 or 2 years? What you said? 2027? Is that the cutoff date? We got 4 years. Is the cutoff date to say you influence? You saying that you see all these motherfuckers with tattoo across their belly? You telling me Tupac ain't influenced that? Is that what you telling me? Listen, I need clarification. Inquiring minds want to know. We absolutely need to know how it is, right? That we need to know what is the cutoff date for influence. You said the Lil Wayne influence? Yeah, I said that earlier, that the vast majority of rappers that I see right now is some iteration of Lil Wayne. Does Kendrick influence? No. Like since he came out, music hasn't become very lyrical. Like who's the group of people that we like, yeah, see these motherfuckers, what they doing? Yeah, that's like Kendrick. But I still want to know what is the cutoff date for influence. I need to know because see, there's so many other things that fit this description. Like, why is people blood and crip when the people that started that was out the game for 40 years before they was born? He said, I see some of Lil Wayne with these new rappers, but the majority you can see Gucci Man influence. I mean, I'm not all that familiar with his what's the name, but more than Wayne? I'm saying, son, the tattoos, the lean, the long hair, like, bro. I don't really see, the things that they talking about and everything. Yeah, maybe I'm just not as familiar with Gucci Man, but I personally, I don't think he's on the same. The Lil in front of the name, that too, Jarrell Boy. Yeah, all of that is Lil Wayne, man. The 110-pound gangsters. You know what I'm saying? These dudes walking around 110 pounds high out their mind, talking about their gangster. I mean, is that Gucci Man? I don't know. You said Gucci is the god of the millennials? Can't forget about Future. See, to me, Future is another Wayne. Like if you asked me before this conversation, I would say Gucci is another Wayne. Like that whole lane that opened up for them, the dirty South and all of that, that I first started being exposed to that. Well, I guess yeah, the Atlians was the Outcast was already talking about that, but they wasn't, bringing that kind of murder stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? They was more a little bit to my perception is this is more about the dirty South. It's about, our music is funky, you know what I'm saying? But that kind of gangster stuff that you talking, I don't really remember. Like when did Gucci Man came out in 2000s? So once Young Thug came into the scene and started listening to jazz. Content Kings, where are you from? Shaquem. Because that could be it. See, being that I'm on the outside looking in, I might can't discern the difference. Yeah, see, you live in now. See, so this is what I'm saying. Like, see, if I look at Africans, for the most part, I see Africans, right? But when Africans look at Africans, they see the country, they see the tribe, they see the area, and they can discern that. You understand what I'm saying? So to me, maybe there's some, or to you, maybe there's some great chasm between us. But when I see you with tattoos all over your body, drinking lean, talking all this gangster stuff on their music. I can't separate that from Lil Wayne. Like, to me, Lil Wayne perfected, he perfected Tupac. You know, like when Pac and Biggie dies, right? It opens up the lane for people who have some aspect of their image, right? And can take advantage of that market. So, for instance, when Biggie dies, you get Jay-Z all of a sudden takes over the Brooklyn part, right? Big Pun takes over the heavyweight lover part, right? Mace takes over the big artist on the label part, and all of these people kind of came out. You know what I'm saying? Well, not necessarily they came out, but they took on aspects of what was his persona and image and ran with it. Not saying they didn't have their own unique thing, right? But saying that that heavyweight lover lane would have been a little bit harder to take over if Biggie was still there. You know what I'm saying? When Pac died, you got Nas, DMX, Ja Rule, all became versions of Pac. You know what I'm saying? And to me, Lil Wayne, well, actually, Ja Rule had it perfected. His aspect of it, you know, he was the I get around. He was the I get around Pac. You know what I'm saying? DMX was the uh, I ain't mad at you Pac. You know what I'm saying? Nas became the Floss Pac. And Lil Wayne was able to kind of bring all of them in together. And after that, everybody copied him. Like, I don't know if Gucci Mane was around at that time. Like, I'm saying, it's not just, you know, physically you look like him. I'm saying that this persona, right? You know, like at one time, you just had really maybe one or two people. You had Just Ice, had the gangster image, Coogee Rap. But you know, these different lanes that open up, that's what I'm saying. Wayne opened up the lane so that people like Gucci Mane could get on. Like once he had that lollipop era, right? I don't know of anything that Gucci Mane did that, you know, I could look and see like, yeah, this is what everybody's doing. You know what I'm saying? Like when I look at Chief Keef, he's a kind of Lil Wayne to me. You know, the hair, the tattoos, the stuff you talking, the taking your shirt off around men. All of that, you know, just coming from the standpoint that, you know, I've been listening to it since the part, it's certain people that I've seen be the first people to do things. You know, that lane, that wasn't the South lane. That wasn't the South lane when Scarface was the man. You know, even when Cash Money came out, that was not Cash Money, No Limit. He said you can't lump the South up all together. That's what it. Bro, I'm lining that. I just said Chief Keef. He's from Chicago. 6'9" is Lil Wayne, bro. It's not, I'm not talking about the South. I'm talking about hip hop music that they found a package that they feel like is the most profitable, the most marketable. And this is always an issue with music, which is something that's creative and uh, business, which is something that you want to reproduce the same thing every time, right? You want to deal with quality control. So you need to produce this same thing every time. And I'm saying from my experience, right, that I've seen that happen, that, this group comes out or this artist comes out, and then that's what labels are looking for. They're looking to reproduce that package. And what I'm saying is that when Pac achieved the success that he achieved, they was looking to reproduce that package. And so when people came in that could do a good imitation of Pac, that's what they went with. You said you mentioned Scarface in reference to what certain people were doing. East Texas, that doesn't speak for everyone under the Mason Dixon. I'm not sure what. I also mentioned Just Ice and Coogee Rap. I was just speaking on people who's at the top of the game and, how their images impacted things. You know, uh, like I said, I just mentioned 6ix9ine. I don't know why you. That's why I asked you where you was from, because you and VC Realm got that same defensive mechanism where it's like, bro, I'm talking about everybody. Hey, look, let me tell you another pop. The Game from LA. He's another person that lane was opened up. 50 Cent, another pop. Drake is a direct descendant of Kanye. Now, I think Drake is another story. So you gotta add Master P with that DMX, Ja Rule, and that. Okay, but yeah, you can put Master P's in it. He's in it. You said closest pop energy I've seen was Young Buck. Closer than Ja Rule and Lil Wayne. Drake said he was influenced by Clips. You know, I've always, wondered about these kind of statements. Like, say, like back in my day, right? You have to do like, yeah, I was influenced by Rakim and Big Daddy Kane and Coogee Rap, right? And you're like, yeah, but your rhymes is mad whack. You don't sound nothing like Rakim and Big Daddy. That's like you never dunk a basketball and you tell me you was influenced by Michael Jordan. I he can say that, but I don't know. But yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, he said, Watch Prince, yeah, he brought up another Pac, right? I mean, Boosie actually calls himself Boo Pac. And he got a chain or something that says Boo Pac. I mean, he said they were influenced by George Mika. Who's that? If you mean George Mikan from basketball, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Troy Ave calls himself New Pocket. Troy Ave is. He said Boosie is in a lane all to his all is in a lane all its own as well. Well, see, you VC Realm. See, first of all, you changed it. You said our weight that's born in the 1980s on down. See, you didn't put that in your original question. First. Second of all, you seem to not understand lineage. That person A influences person B influences person C. So for instance, you have what's my man name? The light skinned guy that plays for Boston Celtics, their star player. Whatever his name is, doesn't matter. Right? He said that he was influenced by Kobe Bryant. Right? And Kobe Bryant says that he was influenced by Michael Jordan. So this, I'm just showing you what my pattern of thinking is, right? Is that Michael Jordan influenced the kid in Boston. His influence traveled through Kobe to the kid in Boston. That's the reason I'm saying what I'm saying. I don't know why you're saying what you're saying. Maybe you can clarify, but I'm just want you to know, right? That I just said George Mikan, right, influenced Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And see, when you talk about great players change the game. There's rules that was changed because of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. So yeah, if you came in the 80s on down, you was influenced by that. The whole way you play the game has something to do with that. If you're telling me that anybody that's a good rebounder right now was not influenced by Bill Russell, and of course that influence traveled through people, Willis Reed to Moses Malone to this person to that person, Dwight Howard, Shaq, etc., etc. That's what I'm talking about. Now I'll give you a chance to clarify what you're talking about. You said, what boxers did Ali influence their style of fighting? Uh, I don't think you could really see. Ali was gifted in such a way that there's not really other heavyweights. He influenced people more in terms of probably getting into boxing. But this hasn't been a heavyweight before or since, like Ali. So that would I mean, oddly enough, you know who to me, if you're talking about somebody that's imitating Ali, uh the white guy from England that just beat Dante Wilder, he thinks he's Muhammad Ali. But see, once you leave the heavyweights, then they're influenced by Sugar Ray Robinson. Tyson Fury. Yeah, Tyson Fury, he think he might if you look, see, he big and he's not as graceful, but he's doing Muhammad Ali. But yeah, now once you leave the heavy, I mean, even Muhammad Ali, they all copying Sugar Ray Robinson. The black dude from England. Okay, he's another guy that he tries to do a little Muhammad Ali. You know, nah, but like I said, is the you don't have the physical talents that Muhammad Ali had, the grace, the speed. Leonard copied the Ali shuffle. Uh, I mean, that's some regular boxing shit that you get from jumping rope, man. You know what I'm saying? They just did it in the ring. Uh, well, yeah, like I said, Tyson Fury, he's not gonna look like Muhammad Ali doing what he's doing to the naked eye, but I'm saying the moves that he's doing, with his fight game comes straight from Muhammad Ali. He just don't look like him doing it. Bruce Lee was the prototype. I'm talking about people that was out before Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee might have still been doing his thing over in China, but the black dude, he is too stiff. He's muscular. You know, those is all things that's gonna affect it. But I'm just saying that, you know, uh, what he's trying to do, Anthony Joshua, yeah, that's his name. He's trying to be a boxer. But Q, we've been on, man, y'all got me caught up in all this bullshit talking at the end. We started off, drop some signs, man. Yeah, I want to come on, first, I don't know who wanted to bring up that pimping and wild. Somebody, that's the first place they took us left. I don't know how we got over this hip hop thing, but listen, I'm still, in my opinion, every woman that's out right now is some version of Lil Kim. And every man that's in the game is some version of Lil Wayne. I don't really know the person that predates those two people that introduced what they introduced into the market. You know what I'm saying? And everything after that is kind of a function of kind of desensitization. You know what I'm saying? Like, the things that Little Kim did in her time today wouldn't be risque. Like Little Kim was talking about, dealing with drug dealers and, other people who had a lot of money. But it's still even, slightly in a relationship context, it could be transactional. Whereas women today is talking about straight up selling, without no shame. You said, I know Kim influenced Nicki. However, I nowadays see chicks more so of Nicki's bloodline. See, I don't know. This, you having it. See, how do you, like, if Nicki is in Kim's bloodline, how are these women not in Kim's bloodline? Barbie movement got these chicks looking plastic. Same. Little Kim was the original Black Barbie. In Brooklyn, they actually had a crew called that. There was a crew called the Hood Barbies. And they was putting in work at one time. Listen, they was putting in work, high heel shoes and burger bags and everything. He said, at the same token, all of the God body rappers are a version of Rakim. You have to explain that one to me. First of all, from God body rappers, and then a version of Rakim. What do you mean by that? You said all their antics is more so Nicki. From what I know of Kim, she didn't have the weird voices like Nicki. I mean, see, y'all are talking about two different things. Like if you asking me, you talking about voices, you know, like so the voice separates her from Kim how? Because that's actually not true what you said. If you listen to a lot of Little Kim's first album, she's imitating Tupac's voice. But what is this? You said what is a God body rapper right? And you said versions of Rakim with an exclamation point. See, look, Born must have been typing this as I said it. But he said she was trying to sound like Biggie. I think she was trying to sound like Pop. I think Biggie was trying to sound like Pop a little. You know, in some forms, you know what I'm saying? Look, that was the time when Pac was around and he was influencing things. I'm thinking of Rock Marciano, AZ, Raj Fresco, etc. Even Wu-Tang, they said they was just doing Rakim, going back to Nas, etc., etc. And I'm just using God body as a street term that others use. All right, now, here's the thing. Out of everybody you name here, only Raj Fresco. My God. Only Raj Fresco should even be referred to with this kind of terminology. Shout out to the young guy. But yeah, that's first. Second, now some of these people that you naming right here, right? Rock Marciano, AZ, Nas. That may be the case with them. But bro, this is our science. Do you think we got manifesting the knowledge from Rakim? He ain't even got the knowledge. See, that same thing happened with RZA, where RZA dropped some knowledge, right? RZA dropped some knowledge from us, right? And then everybody's like, "Oh, he's the average." RZA was a regular 5%. And that's not, I'm not belittling him. I'm saying he was like all of us. We didn't see him as the habit. Nobody waited for him to come around so that we could get wisdom and understanding. Those are rap images. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Rakim was able to use our science, just like Wu-Tang and a couple of these other people you named. They used our science in order to project that image for themselves. But they was copying us, God. What they went and did on the radio was copying what we was doing on the street. What they were saying on their records was so. See, for me, individually, yeah, I take a little exception at that statement. Copying them, nah, bro, nah. Nah. No, no. No, not at all. G. Look, that would be like you going to South Central, right? And telling cats they copy Snoop. Like, yeah, the Snoop put certain things out there and certain people elsewhere might copy that. But nah, bro, nah. Not in the slightest. You said Prince Rakim came from Rakim. I'm just going along with what you're saying about lineage and rap and how you can trace it all back to a single source. That's all. And yeah, I'm saying that Rakim is not that source. You got more of a case in saying that there's an era of hip hop in terms of the way people rhyme, the difference between Run DMC and Nas, you could put Rakim in there. But when you say Prince Rakim came from Rakim, what do you mean by that? Because Rakim had the knowledge before Rakim came out. Like in what way? Rakim was rhyming before Rakim came out. Mind you, I know the brother personally. So that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. See, dates kind of mean something. Dates kind of mean something. See, that's what it means, right? When it says that Islam has no birth record. It means that there was nobody here, right, before the original man to record the arriving of the original man or our culture. So that's why the dates count, because who was there to record that? That's what you're saying. I always assumed that Rakim inspired Rakim's name. Nah. So did you think that Rakim inspired my name? Like, those are our names, G. We've been had these names. He just got famous using one of them. Who is the godfather of lyrical rap? My opinion had to be Grandmaster Cass or Kumo D. Toss up right there. Grandmaster Cass or Kumo D. See, that's something that happened messed up. And that's in that documentary that we seen. That the one way say you heard is always, listen to music. This is the whole science came from solo music albums and stuff. A lot of our history and culture has gotten mixed up in hip hop music somehow. You know, where people don't know which is the cart and which is the horse, you know, where they think like the music was made and then we started being a certain way. Nah, it's other. He said, but the whole style wise, I think that Rakim is the one. Early Nas was a carbon copy of Rock. Actually, I mean, well, look, I put it to you like this. I don't know how old you are, Jess. This goes back before the Source magazine, right? And I'm telling you, if you find articles of Rakim, Big Daddy Kane, KRS-One, Cool G Rap, all of the guys that you I guess because you put them in that era, right? They all say they all say Kool Moe Dee and Grandmaster Caz is who they look up to. That's like those was the dudes. I don't know how you could skip over Grandmaster Caz and Kool Moe Dee and say Rakim. You know, this is clearly about the era in which you started listening to hip hop. You know what I'm saying? Now, when you say, and this is the person that I think is left out. I don't know if Born, you still in here? You know somebody who's left out when you talk about styles and who inspired styles, right? Rakim influenced multiple rhymes in one line. You know what I'm saying? Meaning before, you know, a lot of the older rappers, they was just rapping, they was just make the last word of every line rhyme. You know what I'm saying? But Rakim came with that, I don't bug out of chill or be acting ill, no tricks in 86. You know, that rhyme in the middle, no tricks in 86. It's time to build. He that I don't recall nobody really doing that before him. Right? But the person who might have had a greater impact on everybody was Craig G. Because Craig G introduced rhyming like half of the sentence with half of the sentence. Like it started out with just, he was, you know, I'm living larger than life. So what this means is we be the dopest duo coming out of Queensbridge. You know, putting those two words together like that and putting the words in the middle. People leave Craig G out. When I listen to like Griselda, that's Craig G is influences in there. You know what I'm saying? And that had a tremendous impact on Nas. I'm gonna tell you another person that's left out that was doing that multiple rhymes in a bar at the same time. Tragedy Gaddafi. If there's anybody that Nas sounds the most like to me, it's Kool G Rap and Tragedy. He's a perfect cross between Kool G Rap and Tragedy. So you know, I definitely give Rakim credit, you know, as a pioneer. But you know, Rakim's vocabulary was crazy, right? Because first of all, he's introducing our language, which is not common. So these is all new terminologies. Like I said, his style of putting the multiple rhymes in a line, you know, that was definitely impeccable, but Rakim was mostly limited in all of the other ways. Like he had that fantastic style, but that was it. It was that one style. He never really made another record or grew from that point as an artist, to me. And if you notice, when he did kind of veer into different topics, those were fantastic records. Like Mahogany, but he didn't do it that much, and his beat selection wasn't great. You said it was definitely one of the Wu who said they were all doing Rakim at first. I mean, it could be. I'm not saying that, Wu-Tang just really came up, you know, um, in the conversation I'm saying, but I'm not sure, again, a lot of times, I wonder, like, you could say that you try and imitate these people, right? But then I'm not really hearing what it is that you do. Just like, for instance, the dude, what was the dude's name? That he sounded just like Ghostface, but according to him, he wasn't influenced by Ghostface at all. But bro, I can't listen to your music and not think that you was influenced by Ghostface, son. Like, look, I even seen an interview where Ghost said, yo, he heard one of the dude's records and was bugging, like, yo, when I made this, I don't remember this record. Action Bronson, yeah, that's him. Action Bronson says he's not in any way trying to imitate Ghost. I cannot fathom that. I'm not saying Rakim wasn't influential at all, but I'm just telling you that when you hear the people now, when I hear what's the guy's name? The guy from Griselda. To me, I hear Cool G rap, or Craig G all over him. He said, by the way, I just heard you on Raz album, and his flow on More Gold is reminiscent of Ghostface on Supreme Clientele. Yeah, Conway the Machine. Yeah, he got that Craig G shit. Yeah, I don't know. When I hear Raz, I don't hear Ghostface. He do got that little that stream of consciousness like Ghost, though, where he's just rhyming straight through, where you got to catch up. He's not taking too many breaths. Maybe that aspect, but just generally speaking, I don't hear Ghost. Now look, see, when you brought that up, right, and you said, 'cause this is the first thing I thought of, right? Now look, Born is in here. Tell me if you remember this, Born, right? when they first came out, right? You know, Inspector Deck was a breath of fresh air, right? But the most people that people were saying Wu-Tang was imitating when they came out was leaders of the new school. Because leaders of the new school, remember they had a record with a nigga Charlie Brown. He said something about he was saying ooh and oh. When Meth had that line when he said enough respect due to the 1-6. Ooh, I mean, oh, yo, check out the flow. Everybody was saying he had the voice, him and Dirty had the voice like Busta Rhymes, and he had the rhymes like Charlie Brown. And then especially because Meth was the first one out the box, I don't remember people saying, like, I don't hear Meth in here rocking. I don't, if anything, you know who, and this was even towards the end, you know who they was doing a lot of imitating of? You see, just you might don't know. See, because when you said the MC's this guy, you didn't bring this brother up. A lot of people was copying Sir Ibu of the DFC, Divine Force Crew. Like Rakim was, he put a little minimal signs. But I'm talking about say it again. Sir Ibu, son, from DFC, son. Divine Force Crew. See, this is what I'm saying. Outside of New York, y'all might think, oh, Rakim came out and was saying. Sir Ibu had that 5% anthem when I got the knowledge. That's what everybody was saying. Supreme wisdom. It's what I give them. Just to kill. That's how I'm living. I'm Sir Ibu, God on the microphone. Let me show you why the stage is my throne. Listen, that was the joint, son. Like when that came on, G, listen, we took over, G. It didn't matter. We could be on the train, we could be walking down the street. Listen, when Holy War came on, oh man. But they whole style, that Ghostface style, and that I'm righteous and shit, but I'll fuck you up. That's Sir Abu, yo. Our son do devils, mutilated snakes, shot my own brother because he called me a fake. I'm a warrior. From Medina, that is Brooklyn. If you ever try to diss me, word is boy, your head is took it. Listen, man. They got that shit from Abu, man. I seen Abu at the rally Sunday. And see, look, I tell you another thing y'all don't know. I don't know if he's in the show, but before they came out, I'm talking about before Come Do Me, before I Love You, Rakim, the crew they was in that was being managed by God Mel Korn, right? The top person in their crew was Sir Ibu. All of them was together. Big Daddy Kane, Stir Abu, RZA, Jizza. I ain't sure if Dirty was already, and he probably was rhyming, but I don't know if he was on that level with them making records yet. But they was all being managed by Mel Corn. And all of them was scared of Abu. See, I bet y'all don't remember when Kane and Abu came on the radio and Abu did Kane. Do y'all remember that? Yeah, see, boy, look, that was something that shot through the nation. Look, all the guys we came through the next day like, yo, you heard that? You know what I'm saying? When he say, yo, you gonna talk you never seen out of rap. Yo, G. Yeah, G. That was a real deal. See, you left out Lakim Shabazz. You said what Kane did in response? You know what Kane did? The grill, Bill. Yeah, we always do. But yeah, they came on BLS back in the day. See, I just know the part. Y'all just know the part from what you call that? The MTV videos. Y'all know from there on. Who's that shit? Y'all know from Rap City on. Y'all don't even know Video Music Box. Yeah, he got heated that night. That was one of the original. The original ether is from Kumo G though. In my opinion, Kumo D is the only person who the opponent conceded defeat. You said, is Fred related to Ralph? Who's Fred? Oh, Fred McTavish. I doubt it, man. But Kumo D. See, that wasn't actually a song. We going back. This was actually a party. And it was actually, Kumo D was actually kind of, he was actually kind of, that wasn't right. That wasn't right for him to do that, right? But that actually was a show that it was a rap battle. Like it's a contest going on. And Kumo D is actually hosting the battle. He's the host. He's, between the acts or whatever, he's the little person there, introduce him, whatever, telling people give their applause. And he gets upset because he feels like people there is whack. You know what I mean? You know, Busy Bees winning, and it's like, yo, I can't believe this. So he jumps into the battle. He said, that's kind of fucked up, especially because, you know, Busy Bee was like a party guy. You know, he was, you know, from the first days where we just here to rock the show, you know, whereas Kumo D was, you know, he's like one of the first of the MCs that, bro, I came here to take your head off, bro. I'm about to slay you, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, Born, tell about when Kumo D came and slayed Run DMC on what's the name of that show? It only came on 1 or 2 times. Graffiti Rock. Destroyed Run DMC. But that was his style. That was Kumo D's style. He was a battle rapper. You know what I'm saying? He was one of the first, you know, straight, you know, like, yeah, we can do all of that other party stuff, but I'm gonna take your head off. And you know, when Busy B gets back on the mic, he says, that's why I'm on Mo D dick. That's what he said, man. And like I said, back then, dude was making tapes of the parties. And so that tape just got mad popular. A lot of people, you know, got copies of it and we all heard it. You know, but I mean, you gotta, I mean, that is, you know, how many times do you get your opponent to concede defeat in that manner? See, this is why when somebody asks me who's the godfather of lyrical rapping, and I bring up Kumo D, and you act like this is ridiculous. Like, nah, bro, you don't know Kumo D. Right. Run DMC was saying rhymes for their records, and Kumo D just came and started coming off the top. Slaying him. You know, there was actually an album. I heard some of the songs. I don't know what happened. I don't know what was the behind the scenes thing, right? But in like 1989, Kumo D, KRS One, and Grandmaster Caz was going to make an album. I heard some of the songs. I don't know, you know, what happened, why it eventually didn't happen, but that was going to happen. Yeah, you got to put Melly Mel in there. Melly Mel. See, Melly Mel, you know, would I give him, you know, big credit for, you know, one is, you know, he might have been the first guy to kind of step out from behind the DJ. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. I'm not saying he wasn't an MC too, but you know, he was kind of the first dude. Like you had what's one man's name with the Jerry curls? Curtis Blow. You know, but he always was kind of doing his solo thing. You know what I'm saying? But even Curtis Blow wasn't really, you know, Melly Mel, the way he kind of, you know, his bravado and everything, you know, had a lot to do with, you know, just the culture of MCing and everything. And the other thing is, you know, this right here with what Born is talking about, you know, reality rap the message. You know what I'm saying? Like the message is, one love. Uh, Ghetto Bastard from Naughty by Nature is, protecting that. It's straight out of Compton. This shit where like, yo, bro, this is what's going on over here. Like, yeah, we all that party shit, but yo, bro, this is the reality of life right now for us and shit. You know what I'm saying? Melly Mel, I think you got to give him credit for that. You know what I'm saying? In terms of, being one of the first to expand hip hop out past, to bring other topics into it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Kumo D is from Killer Hill. And you got to give Mo D credit too. Mo D stole the show. He stole the whole show in Crush Groove. No, that wasn't Crush Groove. That was Beat Street. LL Cool J stole the scene. He stole the movie in Crush Groove. Kumo D stole the movie in Beat Street with the Christmas rap, son. Out of that whole movie, son, nothing was like the Christmas rap part when Kumo D came out, son. But check out, we've been here period of time long enough. We got enough, I guess, for the rest of the week. People will probably be looking at the replays on this one. We got quite a bit of time, you know what I'm saying? But we're about to go see what's going on. I need to get some God degrees still here. You know what I'm saying? So in the meantime, in between time, I'm gonna sign off and say peace. Not sure if we're gonna make it back on for the rest of the week, but we'll be back next week to discuss some topics. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure I'm gonna have a lot of disagreement on some of my views on hip hop. You know what I'm saying? But y'all can put it in the comments, and I'm gonna sign off and say peace.